What is up, guys? What is up, girls? How you doing? This is ERiQTENDO coming to you live for another video game podcast, videocast stream across all social media, guys. We are up all night. Well, we're not. Maybe we're up all night. We was watching other people's videos on YouTube and also stream. Guys, we are going to be jumping into
a very well edited,
a just chatting stream for a little bit. We're watching other
very
YouTube videos, so we're up and basically let's just listen in. I'm just watching. I'm not really. I'll respond to your chat, guys.
About our opinions on the WATA games and the sealed video game market in general, due to Carl's excellent coverage and our coverage in the past of the collusion between people involved with Heritage Auctions and WATA games, the weird Pawn Stars appearance and stuff like that. That Carl had put out the video last September, a year ago, and it got like 1 million views. Like, it blew up, and I don't think he was expecting that. I had a feeling it was going to do well, but Carl never done a video like that before. Carl, was into more like speedrunning stuff and, and Billy Mitchell controversy stuff, that not retro video games, but he's a collector, he's into it, so he thought it was interesting to do it. So this person did a video that this person's video, Mad Dog Collection, did a video in response that was full of lies, distortions, or just cutting up edits to make people say things they didn't really say.
That's a lot of straw man attacks. That's my big takeaway. It's a lot of straw man stuff.
Yeah. And he did this video as a desperate response to people like Ian and me and Sean from Reserve Investments and Carl, who said, hey, let's take a step back and look at what's happening in this market and these astronomical 10,000% increases in prices happening in a year. Something seems weird. Something seems weird here. And the result of that is you had pushback from people like this Mad Dog Collection. What's with people putting Mad in their names coming after me? Mad Max fucking movies or whatever the fuck in this Dr. Doom mask. Mad Dog Collection. So I've had people attack me in videos like this. In my comments, people attack me. In person, people attack me that have a lot of money tied up into this. These are not, you don't get that angry unless you have money to lose. That's always what I come back to. You're not gonna come up to me and yell at my face in person at PRG 2019 unless you have a lot of money on the line, Danielle. So that's what it comes down to. They feel at risk because they know what's happening. They know.
Yeah, this is not an organic response.
No, it's not like, well, this is why I disagree with Carl, or this is my experience. This is a desperate plea. So going into Carl's video, we're gonna play some clips here and there. This is the first one. I'll try to put some on the TV screen, but at least you can listen to it here because I have some of this stuff time coded. This first one are investors talking openly about why they got into it, because on the surface in all these articles they say, I wanted to relive my youth, nostalgia. They would say this stuff publicly in these articles, but behind the scenes they would say stuff like, let's see where I got it right here. This is at 7 minutes in, I believe. They would interview each other. Here's Nerdy Girl Comics. This is Danielle. This is the individual that yelled at me in person about this. So let's get it right here.
To games and heritage auctions, flooding the market with hype, and very wealthy people, especially those from the comic, coin, and card markets, buying games because they wanted to make money. And this isn't just a hunch. The wealthy people who do spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a game literally admit that it's to make money.
This is a little different than a collectability piece. Obviously, you can collect it, but we bought this as an investment play. And I think it's justified.
This will be over $1 million someday. You heard me say it. I'll say it 100 times over. This should have gone. Like, I'm ecstatic.
These are the people that attack you.
Yes, because it's
pure
money tied up.
Unadulterated greed. They're saying it with their own words here. We are not crazy when we say this, that they come from other, they come from the card world or comics, because I've talked to these people and they say this to me, and you see them at Comic-Con selling their comics.
Well, it's evident also in the fact that, I mean, we've talked about it before, but you notice they come from other markets because they immediately start buying stuff that is related, maybe not the most rare or important to video games, but stuff that they recognize from other markets too. It's why you saw so many sealed fucking Spider-Man Atari 2600 games,
because they're correlating with their thoughts about comics.
What they know from comics or toys with video games.
But collectors like us,
it doesn't add up.
Collectors like us know that has not how video game collecting works at all. It hasn't historically. Other stuff in here, like the bubble was not caused by nostalgia. The bubble was caused by people getting to the inorganic market and spending too much money, and now realizing that this is a small pool of people. I'm saying this, a very small pool of people.
Well, I mean, I would disagree a little bit there. I do think nostalgia is a huge part of it. I mean, it's why people are attracted to stuff like toys, comics, and video games. Nostalgia definitely adds to that. And when you're stuck inside a house, you are going to think about stuff that you used to have fun with. I'm not saying it's why the market's there, but it absolutely is why it got popular enough to be viewed as this.
No, I mean about these specific people that are spending 10, 20,
they're not
30,
in it
40,
for nostalgia.
50,
no, it's not nostalgia for that.
That's the bubble.
Or it's tangentially related to why. It's something that they recognize enough to be like, okay, I can grab onto that.
Sure. But that's not nostalgia. Like, no one had nostalgia for, oh, I bought a game and kept it unopened on my shelf. Like, that to me would be like, that's the nostalgia that you would be trying to associate with it. This person, Mad Dog, said that Carl was trying to discredit positive news articles. Those news articles were fluff pieces, and if I didn't know any better, I'm not saying they were. They came off as ads, like paid ads. Some of those, they were super positive. 95% of those articles. There was, I think, only one that might have had questionable, like had like a comment from Sean saying, "Well, this is why I think could be a little weird," but most of them were just like pie in the sky. Well, this is the new thing. We got to just run with it. Get in early, the new gold rush. And so it's not discrediting positive news articles when you talk about counterpoints or presenting other evidence. So that was just ridiculous. Mad Dog said, I'd never heard of Carl Jobs. Doesn't mean this is so weird for people to say these things. Carl put a ton of time and effort into that video back in September. And in linking some dots that were there, and some was obviously clear and evident from our coverage, but there was other things he put in there. The video wouldn't have resonated if Carl didn't do his homework. It's if someone just did a video and people have like bullshit meters, they know this doesn't make any sense. It would never have gotten as far as it did. That's ridiculous to have that argument. Attack Carl for being sponsored. Entertainment requires people to help you a little bit, support you along the way. And people have come after us for that. Like, my God.
It happened more in the past with the e-beggar shit. I think people now realize that money goes in, product comes out, and like you need to be funded to create. You don't need to be funded to create, but you can't just do this shit for free forever.
But Carl pointed out that his WADA video wasn't even sponsored. He thought it was so important that he wanted this to be on its own without people like this Mad Dog people potentially coming after him on it. And then, he's trying to show, he's saying, Carl has a motive because it's sponsor. Well, how can I put it this, Conway? This slime ball is trying to tell you how awesome everything is with a wall of sealed games and VHS tapes behind.
VHS
because they're getting into that, trying to push that market.
Right.
So
are they
series
collecting VHS tapes?
Research, connected the dots.
Listen to me, who has a lot of money to lose on this if it goes wrong.
Correct. Carl has no skin in the game when it comes to it. We have no skin in the game when it comes to it. And when I talk to almost every single person that is so positive about this, they have skin in the game. They're into it.
Sure.
It's the same thing with something like NFTs. Do you ever meet someone that's super positive about NFTs that doesn't own NFTs?
No, and you're not going to,
because it's baked into the experience, which I'll get into a little bit. And then he said, let's see, this is a good one. I'll put this one real quick. I'll play this one right here. This cut.
But the video was well produced and effective enough that even news sites saw the commercial potential in covering such a story. And the people gobbled it up. Hello. Not the actual collectors, mind you. People that have been collecting for more than, say, a year.
This is such a lie about how people didn't care about this. This got so much traction because people cared about this. This is an insane argument to say that people didn't care about this. Why would it get 1 million views in like weeks if people didn't care? Sure. Why would it get shared? Like, it's nuts. And to say that collectors who were into it more than a year didn't care about it. We've been collecting for like quarter of a century. Other people that you go to the shows that talk about this stuff have been collecting for years and years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, or several years. That it doesn't even make any sense to say that. So he's trying to say that if you're a collector in it for a year, less than a year, does that mean you're automatically a sealed collector? And therefore, it doesn't make any, it's garbage. It's gibberish. Did you make out what he was even trying to say?
No, it didn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense.
A lot of it didn't make sense.
Then this is the best thing. He said he brought up how Carl was talking about how weird the Pawn Stars thing was, and how we said originally on that appearance with Dennis with the $100,000 Super Mario Brothers that they're trying to get $1 million for, that we thought it was unethical for Dennis, who's owning the grading company, to talk about the potential price. And then Carl brought that up in his video, and this individual man
said it didn't happen,
had the balls to say it never happened. Go watch for yourself. And in the video,
you can literally watch for yourself.
Dennis says, well, there's, sale for 300,000 was turned down, so it's only up from there. These people they are so shameless because money's on the line.
Yeah.
They will sink to any depths in order to don't believe your lying eyes. It's like it's ridiculous. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this next one here. I think I'm gonna put this one up on the screen. Can I put this up on the screen here? I'm gonna start.
I mean, I watched this. So, which are you telling the audience they're gonna like this next one?
I'll put up on the screen.
And what's with this toxic mob mentality going on in America right now? We used to champion our heroes. Young guys like Dennis that put it all on the line to pursue their lifelong passion. To start a company at age 25 that gets bought out by hedge fund billionaire Steve Cohen within 3 years.
Okay. This bothered me for a lot, this thing. Because you're thinking that we're just going
That's a gross emotional appeal.
Yes. And we're just going after someone because we don't like the American dream of starting a small company. And let me just say this. I don't like attacking rich people for growing up with money. But you can't say, okay, fair enough. Then you'll agree with me. You can't say someone is putting it all on the line. Like, this is someone starting a business and taking out loans and maxing out their credit cards, because if they lose eating the business, they're out in the poorhouse.
Yeah.
This is an individual who comes from money, Dennis, who has been a huge game collector for 15 years since they were a teenager, and has a game collection with tons of money in it that puts mine to shame. We're talking huge amounts of money here. And that, according to either I asked them directly or others, that their father basically helped start the business with them. And they had investment money you can look up going back to as far back as I think 2017, before it became a lot of games. It was like one-up games, something I discovered or something, that there's money into this. There's investors. This isn't like a mom and pop shop on the corner. So it's really disingenuous and nasty to then say oh, we're attacking the American dream. Like, this is someone starting a business in their fucking garage, for $100. It's just nasty.
Yeah.
It's nasty and it's untrue. Here's the next cut.
And he went as far to accuse Eric Nierman, a guy that's dedicated thousands of hours of his free time to studying this hobby, of not being a real collector. Very few people are this dedicated to a hobby. That's the definition of a collector. Jobs has no idea what he's talking about.
Eric Nyerman literally admitted that he didn't even know the retro video game market existed and got into it to make money. He borrowed $1 million from his rich friends and created a company with the specific intention of profiting from rising video game prices. I'm not even sure why you would argue this point when he explicitly explained his intentions.
Of course, that same week I discover on Heritage Auctions vintage video games, which I never even knew existed.
Yeah. This is something we said, where a lot of these collectors didn't know video game collecting was a thing until the news reports and seeing Heritage Auctions and seeing the Waters. They literally didn't know before like 2019 or so that this was anything individuals actually do.
Yes.
To me, you, and the audience, we may think, well, that's crazy, but we're involved with game collecting to this point. A lot of people in the public don't know about this stuff. And the Mad Dog saying he's put thousands of hours into this, that makes him a real collector. That he's put. It doesn't make you a real collector because you spend money. Anyone can spend money. That doesn't necessarily make you a collector above or below. It just means you have money to spend. That's all it means. And Mad Dog, if he was an honest person, he's not. He would point out the stuff that Eric Nyerman has done that's positive in terms of video game collecting. What have they actually done? And the answer is this: they spend a ton of money to hope to make money. That's the where that their passion begins and ends. And that's all I said. That's the difference, and why, to me, you can't call a lot of these people video game collectors at all. Because if it wasn't video games, like with Eric, they would have put their money into anything else and try to do the same thing. Anything else. Eric would just say, well, it's video games, it's more fun than doing cards, but it's the same thought process.
Yes.
Amass as quickly as you can with as much money as you can because you think the market's going to go up. Get in early. That's all it is. And so I watched Carl's video, Ian, the first like 3/4 of it, and then it came to the part where I was heavily featured. I forgot how much I was in this Mad Dog Collections video. And I'm not sure why at the time we didn't do a video on it, because we probably should have. But
these people don't need attention.
True. But I had past quotes misrepresented, and in one case here, I was outright fucking slandered by this person. This person claimed I said something I never said. So I'll try to put it up on the board when we start this here. But this is the last of this topic is going to be just basically talking about me here. Here, let's put this up here.
It's a joke. Honestly, I hate focusing on Eric, and I wouldn't have brought him up again if this video hadn't made such an insane argument.
I don't mind bringing up Eric because Eric's an asshole, and he's gone after me in comments and probably Ian multiple times in the past. I don't mind going after assholes in particular. Okay.
Eric was merely an example of how these high-end speculators use money and the media in order to abuse a market for their own gain.
Yeah, he's the poster child because he had an article written about him holding up 2 games with a wacky face, and the first thing when me and you covered it, we're like, I never heard of this person before.
No, we had no idea who they were.
And the article said they're one of the biggest game collectors, and I'm like, I never heard of this person ever.
Jobs has no idea what he's talking about. Is Pat Contry Job's only definition of a collector? The same guy that says that true collectors should rip open their one-of-a-kind sealed games because games are meant to be played?
Have I ever said people should rip open their sealed games, Ian?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think you've ever said that. I mean, if you did, he would have obviously gotten the quote and played it, right?
That's slander. That's a definition. He knows I never said that. What I've always said was, yes, I believe in theory games because as the art form, they should be played. If you come across a sealed game, you might as well leave it sealed because there's plenty of open ones to play. I own sealed games. I've here and there cherry picked certain games like the Google 13 games and things like that. I've never said the only game we ever ripped open. What was the one game we ever ripped open to play, Ian? The first NES Marathon. Sunday Fun Day.
It was Sunday Fun Day, wasn't it? Yeah, I was going to say it was Sunday Fun Day.
Because Sunday Fun Day deserves to be played. I will say that. Plus, because it was easier to find a sealed copy. You couldn't find a card only. or even a complete box.
Yeah, but you have
found
multiple
stock.
versions of the game. You have
Honestly,
ones that
that's
you
the only
open,
sealed
and
game
then
I
you
ever
have
opened
the
up
one that you
was
keep
Sunday Funny.
sealed.
And boy, am I glad I did, because the karaoke was worth it. Okay, let's continue here.
I've opened quite a few.
Is that really a collector?
That's not me, by the way. That's not me. He used video of someone that could appear to be me with my dumb hair. That's not me.
I'm going to need a source on this claim that Pat said people should rip open their sealed games. Pat owns sealed games himself and hasn't ripped them open, so I wouldn't believe such a claim without evidence. And given that you're about to show clips of Pat, why wouldn't you show the clip where he says this? My definition of a collector is someone who buys a game for the sake of owning it, and without the intention of selling it later. It's someone who buys a game because they want to keep it, not because they want to profit from its sale once the value has gone up.
Does the same guy rip the top off of King Tut's sarcophagus because
Christ.
beds are meant to be laid in?
What the?
Does the same guy wear Michael Jordan's rookie jersey to a family barbecue because clothing is meant to be worn?
Fucking calm down. Settle down. Settle down.
Straw man.
Settle down.
Next.
And here's something interesting. Pat Contry makes his collecting philosophy very clear here.
This is where it gets nasty. So the next section is going to be him distorting and cutting up clips of me saying different things in different sentences together. So this, when I first watched this video, I'm like, I don't understand what I'm even saying here. I had to go back and find it and tell Carl the original source of this video, which I believe, since Ian wasn't there, it might have been around a Thanksgiving, maybe like 2019, something like that. It might have been something like that.
Sure. Or maybe didn't you do a solo video?
This was during a podcast.
Oh, okay.
This was definitely during a podcast. They don't care about the first Mario 3 box or the first, you know what I mean? They don't care because they are video game collectors. They are playing the games.
We talked about
Well,
that.
I'm not paying 60, 75 bucks for the first print Super Mario Bros. Cart. I'm fine with the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth print runs because I just want to play what to me is one of the best platforms ever created. I don't give a shit that this came out 6 months before this other version. I don't care. I just want to play the game.
But in the next breath,
I can't even drop the money I wanted to drop on an Amazing Fantasy 15 grade because the price keeps going up 20% each year.
if variants don't matter because comic books are meant to be read, why would you spend $20,000 on an original when you could buy this copy for 20 bucks?
By the way, he's holding up a trade paperback. It's not even the same argument, by the way.
It reads the same, and comic books are meant to be read, right, Pat?
This is truly beautiful. The first clip seems a bit strange because Pat is saying they, so it doesn't seem like he is talking about himself.
They don't care about the first Mario 3 box or the first, you know what I mean? They don't care because they are video game collectors. They are playing the games.
But in the second clip, he definitely says, I don't care, I just want to play the game.
Because I just want to play what to me is one of the best platforms ever created. I don't give a shit that this came out 6 months before this other version. I don't care. I just want to play the game.
But sometimes, not everything is as it seems. Whenever you see clips like this online from people trying to discredit someone, you should always check the source before believing it. So let's take a look.
So it's real quick. This conversation came up, Ian, because this is a response to, again, Danielle, Nerdy Girl Comics, who attacked in an article a lot of the sellers at Too Many Games back in 2019 and said, well, they don't know what they're doing because they're pricing the left Super Mario Bros. 3 Bros the same as the right. And I was trying to defend them by saying that
they don't care.
The sellers...
No, yes, clearly.
Because the buyers don't care about it. The sellers don't.
Yes.
Look at this quote and check out the original context.
Because if a video game vendor has a Super Mario Bros. 3 cart, and it is the first print of it and puts the brothers to the left, and then tries to sell it for 3 or 4 times the value, tries to sell for 60 bucks, most of the people that see that cart are going to be like, well, I'm not paying 60, 75 bucks for the first print Super Mario Bros. Cart. I'm fine with the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth print runs because I just want to play what to me is one of the best platforms ever created. I don't give a shit that this came out 6 months before this other version. I don't care. I just want to play the game.
So the clipped quote was this, but the actual full quote was this. He wasn't sharing his philosophy at all. He was just expressing what he thinks the opinion of most other people is, which is that they don't care about the variants, they just want to play games, which I also think is true. He wasn't even talking about collectors. He was talking about the general public.
Because it's a hard thing, and just because you may know a couple little details doesn't mean you know everything, and it doesn't mean what you think is important means that it's important to these video game sellers because they're not making money off of the Super Mario Bros. 3 variant. That's not the way they're making a living. They're not making money off of some of these box variants because the people that they sell to aren't you. They are buying just carts by and large. So they don't give a shit because they're actually playing the games. So I was making the distinction between people like Danielle, who cared about the left bros and right bros, versus someone walking into Luna Video Games that just says, give me a Super Mario Bros. 3.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear. But you got to cut it up.
Yeah.
And I think that's where everything falls apart for me. You know, you can say that it's just, you know, one side of the collecting coin going after the other. But when you cut up a video like that to deceitfully try to make a false point, you have destroyed any other thing that, not that he was saying anything else in the video, it was all straw man. But at that point, you're just not to be taken seriously.
Oh, no. There's a little bit more almost through this. A lot of the people they sell to. Even some of the collectors that are buying the cards or complete in box, they are playing the games, so they don't give a shit about what is the first box for Super Mario Brothers. They don't care about the first Mario 3 box.
I never did.
You know what I mean? They don't care because they are video game collectors. They are playing the games.
This guy painstakingly edited the clip of Pat mid-sentence in order to lie and misrepresent what he said. People who do this are absolutely disgusting. I've had the same thing done to me, and it's why I really don't trust things like this without going to the source.
I can't even drop the money I want to drop on an Amazing Fantasy 15 grade because the price keeps going up 20% each year.
If variants don't matter because comic books are meant to be read, why would you spend $20,000 on an original when you could buy this copy for $20?
You're not holding up a variant, asshole. You're holding up a trade paperback, which is entirely a different thing than the original comic. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That makes no sense. Jesus
It reads
Christ.
the same, and comic books are meant to be read.
Holy shit.
Right, Pat?
Amazing. So first he edits what Pat says to lie and misrepresent him, then he takes that fake argument that he made up himself and smugly argues against it like it's a slam dunk.
And with Pat being Job's main source of information for this video, I like how he just blatantly ignored anything positive that Pat had to say about WADA.
That's okay. Before I get into that, so and Carl says this. So the source of the information was like all the articles that Carl talked about, and it was all like Heritage Auctions doing their own press releases, the Pawn Stars things and things like that. Yes, there could have been, you know, informed that, hey, go look at this stuff, but that doesn't mean I'm the source. I'm just tipping off potentially where to look for these things.
Right.
I'm not the one making up the connections. The connections are there. The connections are there in all these pieces of material. Here.
Wait, what? This guy just makes up whatever he wants and asserts it confidently as fact. It's honestly impressive. Pat was not my main source for the video, and it boggles the mind how much BS this guy is able to spin in such a short amount of time. My sources were the press releases, SEC filings, news articles, lawsuits, interviews, and TV appearances. The sources are all in the video. I spent a month investigating the individuals involved, learning their connections and history. How can you watch that video that has so many sources and claim that my source was Pat, when he was never cited as a source a single time?
I like how he just blatantly ignored anything positive that Pat had to say about WADA.
WADA Games, they marketed themselves better, closer to what CGC was than what VGA. VGA dropped the ball. The Video Game Authority, those guys dropped the ball. They could have been this, but they weren't. So I was talking about why WADA was easily more penetrating the market. And we talked about the first, that it seemed like
about it a few times.
It was a better designed container. It seemed like they had more transparency who was involved behind it. With people like Dan Anderson from Nintendo Waves. So on the surface, comparing VGA to, plus they have a better rating system because it was comparable to comics, why people like it. On its surface, when you look at VGA versus WADA, it looks like a better company. And we always said that. And yes, in theory, it was. It absolutely was. And that's what I was talking about at the time here. Plus, well, we talked about how WADA was doing a better job because they had guys that from the video game collecting scene that knew about sealed games to authenticate. They were really more of an authority than VGA, and that's why we liked WADA.
But that doesn't work for Job's name.
This asshole now is leaving out the fact that, like, you can talk about, like, the positive aspects of the product, but doesn't mean the company behind it is good and is doing good things and can't be abused. And that's why it's so frustrating when people do this shit. And plus, now this guy is supposed to be trusting what I'm saying, but before he's saying it's bullshit.
narrative. So instead, he ran with this.
In fact, the Video Game Authority, aka VGA, has been grading games since 2008. But the introduction of VGA didn't cause a bubble like the introduction of What A Games did. And the reason is simple. VGA didn't manipulate the market. Why would Heritage Auctions, a prestigious auction house, agree to sell games from a company that hadn't graded a single game? Why would they trust a business that hadn't even done any business to begin with, when there was already an existing grading company that had been grading games for 10 years?
Again, this isn't journalism. Pat knows the truth. WATA is a great company and do offer a great service.
This fucking guy. The fucking...
Could you get your nose up their ass any further?
Los cojones, Ian, of this guy to say this. Yeah. After all our coverage of what's been happening over the years. And yeah, when it first started out, we said, yeah, this seems like this is a lot better than VGA. This seems like a positive start. And then weird shit started happening. And then they started, to graded a fucking a freaking reprint game. And then they graded a prototype that wasn't a prototype. That was bullshit. And then they had the Pawn Stars thing, and that's when it turned sour. That's when it turned on itself.
Yeah.
In early 2019.
Yeah.
That's when it fucking turned. They had a little 5-6 month little grace period, we'll just say. Well, I was like, okay, let's see how this plays out. It's positive. And then things started to get really freaking weird in 19 with this. I think that's about it for this guy.
These arguments make no logical sense. No. He first suggests that it doesn't matter if WATA and Heritage lies to the public or does anything illegal, because the product they made was better than VGA. And even though my video was about their unethical business practices, I should have also praised them for some reason.
Yeah, and this is what I'm going to end up with, and this is where I probably disagree a little bit with Carl, is that the reason why this in particular, more so than VGA, why the sealed gaming scene is so much weirder with the WATA angle, is that it seems now from the person who started the company, who is a huge game collector themselves, Dennis Kahn, that I wish we talked this before. If you go to like his Instagram, shows boxes of sealed games, like a shipping case. Like they own shipping cases of sealed games. They own multiples of the same. So it seems like the impetus for WATA started with, we can make a lot of money because we own this stuff. You can't say that for VGA. I don't know. We have never seen, we were reporting a VGA doing the practice of the people that owned and operate the company being already pre-invested in it and having all their buddies they bring in pre-invested in what, I never heard of VGA capitalizing on it. WATA, they capitalized on it, including obviously Mark Haspel, who I personally saw buying sealed games back at Too Many Games in 2019 that I talked about in Carl's video that came out last year. That's the big difference. So it seems like what is the law term? Fruits of a poisonous tree. Is that the term?
Yes.
The fruits, any positive aspect of WATA. Oh, it's got a nice case on it. They have a nice grading system. It all came from, to my opinion, a very dark motivation behind it, with nefarious actors. Fruits of a poisonous tree. I think that's the.
I'm double checking right now.
So you can't get a positive result if it started from a bad spot or an immoral or illegal spot, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's how I look at WATA. I don't know if you agree, but I feel like that's to me how it's turned into.
I mean, I'm going to be pretty. I have no desire to say that it started from a nefarious place. I don't know that, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was absolutely monetary reasons for wanting to get involved, and that doesn't change the fact that whatever it started as is not what it is now.
Even with Jim Halperin's involvement at the beginning,
I'm not sitting here defending them. I'm just saying it doesn't matter what it started as. We're talking about right now, and now looks bad.
Gotcha. Okay. You're thinking even if it was innocent, it quickly turned sour.
Sure.
Even started. Okay. Fair enough. So that's it. So check out Carl's full video. It's about 45 minutes. And Mad Dog, I hate saying fucking name Mad Dog Collection. I try to look for the original video to source it.
They have one video on their YouTube.
They have it all going on. And they took down their channel, basically.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed, and it says that their socials have gone away too.
Yeah. So they have no problem distorting, slandering, and just putting words in people's mouths they never said, and having strawman arguments, etc. But, when push comes to shove, they are what they are. That's all I got to say on it.
Yeah.
Course, Square Enix, they're on that train. We're talking about G4 layoffs a little bit, the huge GTA 6 leak, and also Pat was slandered by some sealed collecting cretin. And we'll get into that via a Carl Jobs video that came out. With Ian doing the eyebrow raise. You have a good weekend, Ian?
I had a great weekend. We got a chance to play D&D again on Sunday for the first time in what must have been months, just because of all the stuff that's been going on with Buddy's mom, and then surgeries on the side of the people. Some of the other folks we played D&D with had to have some surgery, so it's been tough to get together, and that was a really good time. And then the very next day, I got to watch the Buffalo Bills abso-fucking-lutely decimate the Tennessee Titans, I gotta tell you.
They were a top seed last year, the Titans. That's what Giants beat them, barely, but then they got destroyed by the Bills.
I mean, the first week was, 31-10 over LA, and then 41-7.
Wow.
Against the Titans.
That's what you call a shellacking.
It was a shellacking.
Well, it's over, like, in the third quarter. Like, oh, this is easy.
Yeah, fucking Josh Allen was sitting, resting up, looking real pretty on the sidelines all the fourth quarter. There was absolutely no reason for that guy to be.
They're bringing the backup at that point.
Yeah. There was. I mean, the thing with Allen is he's mobile. He's a mobile quarterback, and he's not like
a hoss.
He's not weak, but he's like quarterbacks, he's a little bit slimmer, and you don't want that. You don't want your quarterback getting injured. You don't want Josh Allen getting injured 2 games into the season.
No, you take him out
when you're.
You take him out with 5 minutes left. You're up by like 35 points, or whatever. You don't leave him in.
There's just doesn't matter.
Like they do that in basketball when the Warriors are up by like 25 points. Curry's not playing. They'll sit out the fourth quarter. It's like, why even bother?
Yeah, it's not worth the risk. It's not worth exhausting him. Whatever.
Just let him be.
So, yeah, that was great. I'm looking forward to the game against the Dolphins this weekend.
I don't remember you being this much into football past years. Like this hype, like going out to watch games this early.
I was all right. Just decided.
I'm not judging. I don't remember it.
I would say probably like 10 years ago, I started paying attention to the Bills again, just like their season scores and stuff. About 5 years ago, I started really paying attention to like the scoreboard during games. And then last year, I started watching more games. So I just figured this year I'll go all in.
And my Mets have clinched a playoff berth, so that means at least a wild card.
Yeah.
Haven't done that in 6 years, and they're neck and neck with the Braves for division lead.
How many games left in the regular season?
Like 17 or so.
Okay.
So it's like 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks. Yeah, it goes. This year goes a little later. I think it goes to like into the first week of October, the end of the season. But now that they have this great new playoff system, where it's like 2 out of 3 rounds for the wild card. For the 2 sets of teams, so it's a little bit long. Now the playoffs go into like the first week of like November. It goes a little bit later than used to, but it's great. So the current system they have now for the baseball playoffs is absolute perfection. How they have it: top two teams out of the 3 divisions get a bye, and you get 2 wild cards. You get 3 wild cards, 3 wild card teams, and the 3rd division leader with the lowest record. Those 4 teams play each other, I believe, 2 out of 3. And then it goes to 4 teams left. It's like a brilliant system. to do it.
Man, the Padres really fucking shit the bed.
Oh yeah, they signed Soto, who did absolutely nothing. That was the big thing. Oh, the Yankees, and he did nothing. CU Sportscast.
They're back 21 and a half games from the Dodgers.
Well, the Dodgers are the best. They're the best record by far. I think they have 10 more wins than the Mets at least.
102 wins is crazy.
Congratulations to our pal Pixel Dan.
Yes,
victorious as Spencer Powers in his title defense against Matt Cardona.
It's a good name.
Always ready, Matt Cardona. That's a pretty good name. So this was for I'm trying to get the title right here. This was for the what was it? The PWA,
a regional heavyweight championship.
Which I believe Spencer Powers won either earlier this year or last year. Defended the title. It was a no DQ match, so there were foreign objects used.
Yes, there were some chairs in play,
including a certain Master of the Universe guidebook.
Oh my
came into play
serious?
Here and there. It was fun.
Yeah, it's a good time.
He won via cutter, a Spencer Powers cutter. That was how the victory came. Spoilers. So check it out.
We love a good cutter.
Let's talk NFTs, shall we?
I mean,
let's do it. Final Fantasy, Square Enix, we talked about. Square Enix was one of the main companies that was pushing this shit earlier in the year with statements. I think it was like late last year, like, oh, we're going to lead into NFTs. People are like, why, Square Enix? People are like, why? Like, why? At the time. And they really, like, doubled down, I think, remember. So it was really them and Ubisoft, the major game companies that really leaned into
Ubisoft
it.
didn't get into NFTs.
No, they didn't
we talked about last week. They were just exploring. They were just exploring.
They were just making out with their friend at a party.
Embarrassment. Fucking embarrassing, Ubisoft. Anyways, Square Enix Final Fantasy VII NFT toys are infuriating. The Final Fantasy's publisher's first big foray into NFTs suck, says James Whitbrook of Gizmodo. So it's merchandise, starting with 3 Final Fantasy VII collectibles in the Bring Arts line of posable action figures. But these ones attempt to directly translate the iconic concept design work by Tetsuya Nomura into 3D. And where are they? I'm trying to figure out if they come with the toy or if it's just an NFT of the toy.
They come with a digital certificate of authenticity.
There it is. Okay.
Which is an NFT. The system requires collectors to sign up for a wallet with the Engine, E-N-J-I-N, Engine blockchain network. And there's even a digital plus version of each figure that you can get for an increased cost that lets you redeem an NFT for a 3D replica of the figure you just fucking bought in reality that's viewable in the real world through an augmented reality site.
You can't just buy the figures themselves. Both versions come with the NFT.
So let's combine every fucking buzz tech thing of the last 5 years, going back to like Pokemon Go, where it's augmented reality, NFTs. We'll just throw it all together, and you spend extra money for this bullshit. This is what's bad about it. If you buy the figure and simply choose not to,
it still exists.
The token not only still exists for that figure, so you wasted energy created it. By the way. You're also paying way more for nothing else. Each Final Fantasy, 7 Bring Arts figure costs $130, and they said typical releases before $85 to $100. So they put this bullshit extra money. You're basically spending $40 extra on an NFT that you may not want.
Right, and if you don't do anything with it, it still exists. So you're still supporting their NFT. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. It's gross. I'm surprised that Square's... I still feel like this is a project that has probably been in place for 6 to 9 months, and that's why they're shuffling this shit out, because they've already dumped the money into it, so they feel like they've got to go forward with it. But at some point, I mean, maybe just Square's a bunch of fucking idiots.
No, they doubled down on it, I remember, even back in the spring. And then Starbucks is doing NFTs. Starbucks has done a pretty good job staying out of a hatred of people the past several years.
No, it hasn't.
I haven't noticed.
It's been huge with the union shit. I mean, it's been all over the news. Starbucks is vilified currently because he's a union-busting piece of shit, and that's all that the news has been on them.
Okay.
It has not been good for Starbucks this year. They look like shit.
I haven't been looking at that. I haven't been looking at that, but okay. So they're doing NFTs.
Yeah.
A loyalty NFT program.
And this clearly, to me, looks like what I had said before. This looks like something they put money into a year ago, and now they're like, well, we spent the money on it. Because it's all the same buzzwords from the early days of NFTs. It's like a unique and immersive coffee experience.
Starbucks Odyssey is a loyalty program. Employees can earn and purchase blockchain tokens as well as employees. What the fuck? What? Each is designed to unlock digital, physical, and experiential benefit. Tell me what an experiential benefit is, Starbucks. Like what? What are you gonna like? Experiential. I gotta look that up again. Like that doesn't mean that's not reality. Experiential. Based on experience and observation. What does that mean? Well, that means absolutely nothing. Okay, so that's just awful. I don't know. It's Starbucks. Sell your fucking coffee, Starbucks.
It's a fucking punch card. It's an overcomplicated punch card.
You're already selling a freaking an espresso probably for like $20. So like, just get off it. It's ridiculous.
It's not that expensive, Pat. it's garbage, but it's not $20.
It's hyperbole. It's expensive to get coffee at Starbucks. Right? No? Space venture. I almost forgot this was a thing. We talked about this at least twice before.
We did.
But that was like not a Castle Conjure. This was like 8 years ago we talked about this game. Space Venture is a space adventure game from the two guys from Andromeda that worked on the original 4 Space Quest games together. Then they split off and did different things. So they did this Kickstarter back pre-podcast, 2012. 2012 they did this podcast. That's 10 years ago. And this was going to be a point-and-click adventure game like the original Space Quest games from the original team, in theory. And they couldn't use Roger Wilco, obviously, from Space Quest. So they got Ace Hardaway, who's kind of like still like a handyman.
Right.
Maybe not a custodian, like a handyman.
We covered a few of these.
He's got a plunger thing, so he's still, he's got like a toilet plunger thing.
He's got a toilet snake. A
little toilet snake. So it's supposed to be a humorous sci-fi thing, like funny deaths, like Space Quest. The issue is, I guess, development has been an absolute disaster on this. This was supposed to come out in 2013, this game, and it's 9 years later, and I think it finally limped to the finish line. I had no idea. I had not thought about this game in like 5 years.
No, neither had I. I mean, the last time we covered it, it was, I think, an intro topic. Barely.
Yeah. So it comes out, and it seems like a buggy mess from reports.
Basically, they launched it with a walkthrough, an incredibly detailed walkthrough, probably because if you tried to do anything other than the main walkthrough path, you would start triggering off all sorts of bugs and problems that would crash.
Or else the game was designed enough that you can figure it out on your own, maybe?
Well,
like missing animations or maybe missing cues or something. Like not know how to click on a certain area.
All I'm getting at is they released the walkthrough directly with the game, because if you tried to play it without one, you were probably going to encounter an even more broken mess.
Wow. Yeah. Pal Frank Cifaldi was talking about some of the issues with it. One person I saw on Twitter saying they couldn't save their game at all.
Right.
It's there's even the game even tells you like saves don't really work. And one person said I couldn't save a game at all. And this is a game where, well, you're gonna have to save because like part of it is deaths and seeing funny animations and things like that. And it's 2022. You should be able to save a game. So like when I look at this, I look at people that got back into this that from 30 years before, 25 years before, that got in over their heads, and maybe the world passed them by, or the technology did, or just the whole process of game design passed them by. Right. They just couldn't handle it. Because when you hear stuff like that, where like you can't save a game, it's like what are they using to make the game? Like are they not using something like a game maker or something in Unity where a lot of this stuff is like baked into the core of it? And so it just seems like something that just went off the rails and was either they asked for too little money or they didn't spend it properly. That's what it is. They got over $500,000. So you can say, well, for a big game, that's not a lot of money. For a smaller indie game, that's enough money.
Well, as Frank says, it's not enough money, for a 10-year development cycle.
But that's the thing.
And that's the thing. They didn't scope out properly.
It shouldn't have been a 10-year game, though. That's the point. Those Space Quest games they made, they were pumping those out every year. Those games, every year and a half, there was a new police quest, or every year there's new leaders to Larry. Like, this should not have been a 10-year game. You should have kept to the scope of the originals and just had bigger graphics, obviously, and better. Like, people just probably would be satisfied with a game that took 2 hours to play. This probably is not a game that takes 20 hours. You know, this is an adventure game. You take 2 hours, an hour and a half, you go through it, you know, you figure out the puzzles and you go through it. So it's a shame because of, obviously, you have the people behind them. They got Gary Owens back to narrate. I mean, he's listed on the original Kickstarter. Yeah, he did Space Quest 4 and 6. 5 was the weird one. 5 was weird because which one left for 5 of the 2? So like they all did this. They both worked on both up to 4. 5 was not full voice like 4 was. So it was weird. But then 6 was again. It was weird how 5 wasn't. I never played 6 through 6. I remember it crashing on DOS. Speaking of crashing, 6. But I did play 5. I played through all the first 5, obviously. So I feel bad for the people that pledged this literally 10 years ago, 10,800 backers, and you have a buggy mess that who knows if it'll ever be fixed. They're probably just lucky that it came out at all.
Yep, so, I think that's probably going to be the end of that.
Talk about PSVR 2 real quick.
Yeah, so PlayStation VR 2 is not going to have backwards compatibility for PSVR games. I made a comment on Twitter earlier in the week that this was a really bad idea, and I realized that there are technical specifications that someone was trying to explain it to me, and I get it. There is something that makes sense there, and I think it's also partially because VR is a rapidly, it's a young technology and it's changing fairly rapidly, so there are things that just, with a more advanced headset may not be able to be compatible with older stuff. Either way, it doesn't really matter. It still looks really, really bad, I think.
I wonder if
it's just there's no way to make that look good.
I wonder if like 8 years ago, when people thought that VR was going to take over the world in every way, when they saw this stuff happening, if they realized that, hey, we're going to sell a bunch of VR headsets and people have to junk them after a certain amount of time because it progresses on, like a game console.
Right.
Except I cannot picture people wanting to go back and play old VR versus new VR.
No.
That's the difference. It's like I don't see, like, people want to go back and play old games, but an immersive experience, I don't think you want to go back and play an older immersive experience in my head. I just think that'd be weird. You want the newest and best. That's the whole point of VR, right? So that's unfortunate because these are not cheap, all these headsets.
No, they're not. And I think that's where VR is going to fall off. Everyone can enjoy it. I mean, I have a Quest 2. I like it every once in a while. It's fun to use. But I think it's going to be harder to... Remember in like the late 80s, it was tough to get people to, early on, to kind of buy into we need to upgrade to this new system. Going from the NES to the Super Nintendo. We've got Nintendo at home. Yeah. I that was surmounted. I don't know that it's going to be that easy of a sell to make VR a new thing that people are going to upgrade every few years. I could see a lot of people who got into VR right now being like, okay, that's enough. I'm not going to touch VR for the next decade or two. I don't need to constantly buy a new headset every 3 years to keep up with it.
Yeah.
I had my fun and I'll check it out later when it's, even better than it is now.
Yeah, it's a pure luxury item.
Yes.
It's way more than a game console to me. It's more like, I have money to blow. I can check out a movie in VR or a game, or VR. Porn is obviously big. Porn is always where the technology always goes. Porn is always the leader when it comes to technology.
It's true. Porn pushes technology. They always say porn didn't back beta, they backed VHS, which was part of why VHS succeeded.
Just because it was cheaper.
Yeah.
That's it. It was inferior but cheaper, and that's it. So that's interesting, but yeah, I never thought of that looking years back. I'm like, oh, are people going to have to toss these headsets, or is this the last thing? It never crossed my mind. Man, that was a big, wow. I mean, we knew it wasn't going to be a big thing, VR, in terms of like penetration. But like, I think it still did worse than I thought it was going to do.
I think it did a little bit better than I thought it was going to do. Okay. I mean, just the fact that there's even... The fact that it exists in this way at all is big. I mean,
I would have fallen off by now entirely?
Yes.
Okay. Or maybe it's still being... Well, I guess you get a couple of big games out there that can keep it going, but... I guess it's like a fractured gaming environment, I guess. That's what it comes down to.
It's not a fractured environment. UltimateNintendo.com. It's unified. You can get all of your amazing goods that you need to live your life happily there. We have pins. We have, Pat has RBI baseball stickers. You can get Pat's books. It's a great time. We got some $10 blowout shirts.
Oh, get your limited shirt. $10.
Smalls only. Get them now.
Don't tell them that. We want to go to the site, shop for other stuff, and then discover that they don't fit in the shirts.
You can still go and buy these sweet stickers.
But hey, if you have a small animal or pet or child, you can force them to wear a limited shirt for $10. And we have the vinyl stickers, Ian. We have the nice stickers. You can put on a laptop or a water bottle, any hard surface, dude. My favorite's the Danny approved still. And then see pocket, and we have the Frank and Pat stickers as well there.
Frank and Beans
at ultimatenintendo.com. I'm on Cameo, cameo.com/PatCountry. I'm getting about one a week the past few weeks. It's a thing again. So check it out for all your well-wishing needs. Then I'll be on Twitch Wednesday, twitch.tv /Country Code. We will both be at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, October, is that 15th, the middle of October? The 15th and 16th in beautiful Portland, Oregon, the most...
Half in the bag. The devil is my hairdo.
Well, Mike, we're back at Mr. Plinkett's house.
Aren't we supposed to be half in the bag? I don't see an alcoholic beverage anywhere. Aren't we supposed to be fixing Mr. Plinkett's VCR? I don't see a VCR anywhere. Where am I? What does they? Where did Mr. Plinkett go?
I don't know. I bet he's on some sort of crazy adventure.
Is the pandemic over? We finally reviewed a very much talked about movie, The Batman. I mean, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Michelle Yeoh stars as Evelyn, a lady who runs a laundromat and gets caught up in a dimension-jumping adventure to save herself and her family. It's a tale with a grand vision by the guys who made Swiss Army Men, as the film goes from the vastness of the universe all the way down to the simplest of human moments.
Well, Mike, we're talking about Everything Everywhere's All at Once's. It's been out for months now, and people are still talking about it.
Yeah, right. It got a lot of buzz right out of the gate, and it was in movie theaters, and I said, and then came out on streaming. I was like, oh yeah, and then I was like, yeah. It's kind of like another movie with a long, clunky title. Something about
the massive weight of
unbearable. The massive weight of unbearable. The
unbearable weight of massive talent.
That's it. The Nicolas Cage movie, which I watched the trailer for it, and I was like, oh, that's a little. Feels like a '80s movie, a little concept like that.
I just know Nick Cage plays himself.
Yeah.
Which to me is like, I don't know, you're leaning too hard into the meme, but I haven't seen the movie. It's probably good.
It's got good reviews, and it looks fun. Like it feels like an '80s movie. It felt like an '80s movie trailer, like Trading Places or one of those wacky comedy duo kind of movies. So there's your setup. He's a movie star that goes to the party for some rich guy, and then it turns out he's a drug dealer, and then he can't. Did you watch the fucking trailer?
No, I haven't.
Oh God! You don't even, I'm like,
if there's a movie I'm interested in, I won't even watch the trailer.
I'm like, aren't you getting my like 80s movie?
No,
like,
that's why.
I'm like, you don't even know what I'm talking about.
I have no fucking clue.
That makes sense then.
All I know is that Nicolas Cage plays himself.
The Mandalorian is in it. I forget that actor's name. What's his name?
Pedro Pascal.
Oh, Pedro Pascal. Yeah, he plays a wealthy man. Nicolas Cage is doing movies as an actor, and a guy named Pedro Pascal, his people call it Nick Cage's people, and they say he wants you to come to his big birthday party, and he's going to pay you tons of money to do it. He has all this memorabilia from Nick Cage movies and blah blah blah. He's a huge fan, and and he's like has this palatial estate in Mexico or somewhere, and then overseas. I don't know where it was. Spain. It was somewhere exotic.
Okay.
And Nick Cage flies there, and it turns out he's a drug lord. And then the FBI agents, played by Tiffany Haddish and somebody else, say you got to help the government, the U.S. government, catch this guy. And then they become friends, and
okay.
He doesn't know if he wants to
betray
betray him.
Not what I
or
would
not.
have expected.
Yeah.
When I hear like Nick Cage plays himself, I assume it's going to be like being John Malkovich or something.
No. It looked very like boilerplate 80s comedy movie.
Okay.
Which is what was intriguing about it. But I didn't watch it, So I don't know why we're talking about it for so long. I think it's because these two movies came out around the same time, and they both had big clunky titles.
Big clunky titles and high concepts.
High concept, and everyone was talking about them.
Yeah.
And saying, why don't you guys watch this? That and The Batman, which I heard is supposed to be good. I think it was Variety picked the top 10 best films of the year so far. Most of them were like unheard of art house films, but The Batman was #1.
Oh.
And the man said it was the best crime thriller ever made. Compared it to Chinatown and all sorts of high praise.
I don't know if I believe you.
I said, how long is it? 3 hours? No thanks. But I will watch
Batman is 3 hours.
177 hours of Zach Baggins hunting ghosts. But Batman, hard pass.
I think that's why this movie is connected with people so much. Because it is not dark, it is not serious, but it does have an emotional... You have an emotional connection to the characters.
Yes.
I liked the movie. I didn't love the movie, but I can understand why people have been so crazy for it. Because it feels so unique and fresh compared to other things coming out right now.
It's a very, very good movie that overstays its welcome a little bit. Mm-hmm. It's that guest that leaves a little bit too late from your party. Who's a really nice guest and really entertaining and fun.
Yeah, which is sort of the point. I mean, it's right there in the title. It sounds overbearing, and the movie is intentionally overbearing. And I don't know, maybe if I saw it when I was like 20, it'd be my favorite movie, but...
That thought's a little too meta. I don't think they intended that.
I like Swiss Army Man more than this, and I think that's not common. I think people seem to really love this movie. And like I said, I get it. But for me, yeah, it gets a little exhaustive after a while.
It just needs a little it just needs a little secondary editing session. A couple of fresh eyes on it and go. You can lose about 14 minutes. and you know, as you and I know from editing lots of things, a whole feel of a scene can be changed just by moving something or removing a couple lines. Even.
A good example of that, a recent example, and this would be something that people should study in like film school, like editing classes, is Sylvester Stallone recently re-edited Rocky IV. And you compare it to the theatrical cut, and there's just little changes here and there where a shot kind of lingers a little bit longer, or, well, there's big changes too. Like it cuts out the robot. Everyone makes fun of that movie because
there's a robot in it?
There's a Paulie, his friend Paulie falls in love with a robot. It's super 80s and stupid. Okay. So for this new edit, he's like, because the original Rocky movies are more serious, so he cut shit like that out. But the more interesting thing are the smaller changes. And it is, yeah, you just hold on someone reacting to something just a little bit longer, it can change the entire feel of the scene.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little more grander scale than that. It's more about structuring the ending out better. Because I was into it. Because I remember you said you should watch this movie. And then you're like, I'm like, well, what'd you think? You know, and you're like, well, it's good. And I'm like... And then I'm watching it, and 75% of the way through, I'm like, what does Jay not like about this? And then I kind of get there, but I wrote real quick. I wrote a couple things down. Maybe we can talk about this because you said it's highly original. I agree with you, but it is kind of drawing from many sources. I wrote The Matrix meets a Stephen Chow movie, meets a Marvel movie, then toss in a little Rick and Morty and Back to the Future. And tell Charlie Kaufman to write it. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things you could obviously say. Well, what about this? What about this? Yeah. But that's just kind of like the first vibe because I saw Russo brothers on it.
Oh yeah, they
as producers, and I'm like, oh, and then it was like, what? And
it's
then
a multiverse thing.
There's a multiverse. Yeah, of course. What about Spider-Man in the multiverse? I realize that exists. And the
Spider-Man movie isn't about the multiverse. That's just an excuse to get the other Spider-Man in the movie. It's like a plot gimmick. This movie is actually about the expanding universe and all the options and ways your life can go.
What about Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness? You did some review of that? You didn't even mention it. I remember it. I made that connection. In fact, the connection was so big and obvious, I didn't even include it. You see what I did there?
Where it's like it's not even worth bringing up.
But sure, multiverse, yeah.
That was the comment I kept seeing about like if you want to see a good multiverse movie,
right.
You should watch this little movie that nobody else is talking about, that I know about, called Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's like, oh yeah, everybody's talking about that movie.
Right. I mean, in Doctor Strange is the America girl who's the one who can travel between the multiverses, and that's very similar to the Joy character who also can do that. And well, she's not a villain. Blah 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 blah. You know, Michelle Yeoh is the one. She's
well, that's the Matrix influence when they're
big Matrix.
When they introduce the whole concept, they're on the elevator and Short Round, he's back, baby.
Short Round is back.
But yeah, he explains the whole situation. When you get off this elevator, if you turn left, you go one direction in life. If you turn, it's very Matrixy.
Yes.
And then of course the Matrix is influenced by other things.
Oh my God!
Whole endless layer cake of influences.
I love that she's the one because she made every bad decision in her whole life. There's a lot of like really good dry humor in this.
Yeah.
Like when she's talking to her husband, played by Ki Kwan, aka Short Round, aka Kid from the Goonies, Data, who doesn't have a big extensive acting
he
career.
left acting for a long time. I think one of his last things before he came back was he had a small part in Encino Man. He was fellow student to Sean Astin in Encino Man. So it was kind of a mini Goonies reunion. But yeah, what a movie to come back to. Like you could have, I'm going to return to acting. You just get some generic part in a generic movie,
But she's talking to him, and she's just like matter-of-factly saying, "I imagined my life without you, and it was wonderful."
It was beautiful. 当年我应该听我爸说的话，我要跟你走。
Well, even starting out when she first sees going along with like disappointment in life, when she is on the elevator and she sees when she's first born.
Yeah.
And the doctor says to her dad, he's like, "I'm sorry, it's a girl."
Right. Yeah. So the premise of the movie is there's the Alphaverse, the very very beginning, and then they were the ones that discovered that every action you take in life, no matter how small, creates a separate universe. It's the string theory, essentially. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the worst Star Trek The Next Generation episode ever. With Worf, and which deals with this exact same concept, because I didn't include that. We have such contempt for our audience. I didn't include that in my description.
Can we just make a point, just a general point?
Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yes.
Oh my
Star
God,
Trek, The
are you
Next
fucking
Generation
kidding
played
me?
around with string theory before.
Parallels, you said?
Parallel, yeah. Worf goes to a Batlift conference. Sorry, competition. I imagine a Batlift conference would be kind of boring for Klingons. We've introduced the new Model 3XZ. It's got sharper blades. No.
Yeah, I know what this thing is. That sounds familiar. I recognize this.
It's that curved sword with all the handles on it.
Yeah.
So instead of going to a Batlift conference about the new Batlift models that are being released, Worf goes to a Batlift competition.
I was triumphant.
Jesus.
I won. Champion standing.
And somewhere along the way on this little trip in a shuttlecraft, he encounters some kind of spatial anomaly that gives him magical powers to create different, not create, but to jump into the different universes that he's creating by making simple choices.
Okay.
For any event, there is an infinite number of possible outcomes. Our choices determine which outcomes will follow.
And there's a billion of them, just like this movie, where it's like some universes,
And somehow I have been shifting from one reality to another.
That is correct.
How did this happen?
I don't know. And it's not necessarily his choices. It's just different universes that exist. And so one, he's married to Troy, and one, there's minor changes, just little different pictures are on the walls. But then there's huge ones where in one universe, the Borg has completely wiped out the Federation, and all these 20,000 enterprises start appearing at the end, and they have to close this spatial thing that caused all the universes to collide at the end. But it establishes in Star Trek canon that there are multiverses. There are 100 billion Worfs.
But there is a theory in quantum physics that all possibilities that can happen do happen in alternate quantum realities.
And 10 billion, million, trillion Captain Picards, which means the good news is that Star Trek Picard only existed in potentially one of these universes.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah, so I'm happy about that.
What's the J.J. Abrams movies introduced that too, right? Isn't that a different timeline?
It was more like
kind of thing?
more like a two timelines. This is just like, oh, one timeline. Worf wears his hair down. You know, it was very minor.
Does Worf like physically travel to these different?
His consciousness.
Okay.
Like 1 second he'll be like, whoa, and then like he'll be what? I'm wearing different clothes, and then you know.
Because that's one of the neat things.
I'm gonna see that.
The concepts I liked, as opposed to like the America Chavez character in the Doctor Strange movie, where she's physically jumping. I like that it's more you embody your version of that self from that multiverse.
Yes, and in Matrix-y style, you can. That was the neatest part to me, was like the choice to like, and it becomes like sillier and sillier. The choice to stop and eat a stick of chapstick sends you off on a different path.
Yeah. There's some sort of specific thing you have to do, and it's always something weird.
And it will lead to some different path in your life. Like, what was it? She tripped as a child, and it knocked her eyesight out. That was the coolest part, when they were trapped in the guy's like sex vault, and they start trying to gas him, and she's like, oh well, I need to learn how to. I think they pick it on the list, like fight blindly and hold your breath. So she had to be able to have a past. Or alternate life where she was like a swimmer or singer.
Yeah.
A singer where she had lung capacity and she could fight blind, so she didn't get her eyes burned by the smoke. So one pass she falls and gouges her eyes out, and then she's the singer, and so she's out there doing her kung fu.
Yeah.
And that was great. That was Matrix, you know. I know kung fu.
Well, and the idea that there's people like monitoring. You have to do this to jump to this timeline. Like,
right.
It's Matrix-y, but a lot more absurd and goofy.
Yeah, the look, obviously the look of it, the production design of they're in a van, and it's all kind of like retro-looking tech, and they've got goofy glowing headsets on. But yeah, so she plays a lady named Evelyn who lives and works in their own Chinese coin laundry business, and her life's hectic and it's kind of miserable. And it's her original path, where she left China with her boyfriend when they were young, and he sold her on a bad idea of moving to America and buying a coin-operated laundry facility.
Strained relationship with their father, who doesn't approve of any of this.
Yes, who eventually has to move back in with them because the wife dies and he's old and they need to take care of him. And so every choice she made is terrible, and they're being audited by the IRS. And yeah, that's another Matrix parallel, is first learning about, you know, the other universe that exists inside of like a corporate environment.
A drab office building.
Yeah, most of the movie takes place in the IRS building.
That's what I was surprised by.
A fun juxtaposition.
Because I knew it was like a multiverse thing, and I knew that some of it's kind of absurd. But the fact that, most of the movie, the central story anyway, takes place in that office building.
Because locations don't really matter.
Yeah.
It's just coming in and out, but they pick a dry, dull. It doesn't take place in something fantastical. It's just, that's the great.
Jamie Lee Curtis looks so schlubby.
Mm-hmm. Contrast.
Well, that's what you need. You gotta ground it in something. So you start with that. You have your underdog characters. Everything's so schlubby and gross, and then you build on top of that into these sometimes beautiful, completely absurd scenarios and visuals.
Yeah.
Goes a little too far into the LOL so random humor occasionally. Hot dog fingers. Maybe that would have been fine if they didn't like pinpoint it, but they're like, they travel to a universe where everyone has hot dogs for fingers. Like they specifically say it. If you just cut to these weird finger things, like, I don't know, that probably would have worked better. The fact that they put such a fine point on it.
Yeah, well, they're not really hot dogs.
No, but just show it. Don't even comment on it.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, I guess. That's the character's interpretation of it. They cut back to like 10,000 BC with like the Neanderthals, and they kill what would have evolved into humans. The ones with the hot dog fingers. Kill. I mean, it's like
the visual is absurd enough.
Yeah.
Where I don't think you need to pinpoint it, but what they do,
they help the audience along because there's a lot of people out there that are like probably going to say what's going on, you know. So they go back and they show like this is how everyone ended up with hot dog fingers because. You know, it's like Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon man, where it's like one died out and the other took over, and that couldn't. And so one branch of humans went this way, and in that universe, they do a good job. It's so absurd, and you don't like. It's not hard to follow for as complex as it is.
I think that's why it's gone over with people so well, because it is, you know, it's high concept and there's a lot going on, but it's never like doesn't get bogged down or confusing.
It contains, like, that's another thing, too, I was reminded of, was, for some reason, Terminator. Because Sarah Connor's the schlubby waitress, and then we were talking about Terminator and how, like, well-structured it is, and you have Reese, and he's explaining to her all the exposition while they're driving in the car chase.
During
and
an action scene,
get it all out there, and that sort of happens in this, where they keep having the action scenes, and... Short Round, sorry.
Hey, there's worse things you could be remembered for.
Right. He is explaining to her all the details of it, and they do a genius little thing where he's popping his glasses on and off. What's his real name? But Ki Kwan has the glasses, and Ki Kwan from the Alphaverse, who's guiding her, does not need glasses to see, so he keeps putting them away. And it's like there, boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I mean, the movie's very, very well constructed in kind of helping you along, discover all these things with her, and teach you in a non in a cinematic way, in a visual way.
Yeah.
Which it could have not done that and done it poorly, but it executes it perfectly.
And having such a strong character at the center of it. Like, Michelle Yeoh's great. I love when they're in the closet early on and he's explaining everything to her, how big this is. She's the center of this whole thing, and she's just like, I got stuff I've got to do. It's like she just can't even wrap her head around it.
She thinks she's gone like off the deep end. It's just like some random ass person who was in the fate of the universe is in their hands, and
it's classic stuff of focusing on that in an overall structure. Like you mentioned, the Nicolas Cage movie having kind of an 80s feel.
Yeah.
As far as the way this is all set up and delivered, that's similar too. Just a normal person that gets caught in this extraordinary situation.
Kind of like Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
Which also has
James Hong.
James Hong.
93, I think he is.
AKA
now.
Gong Gong. That man has a career. And it's amazing. I was reading up on him. And
didn't he just get a star in Hollywood?
He has like an engineering degree. Was born in Minnesota. He has an engineering degree. He went to Los Angeles and was like working as like an engineer. And he's like, I kind of want to act. And they started like little tiny roles in like his early to mid 20s, and then just billions of roles.
So many credits.
And it's like
he's directed stuff too.
Yeah,
he directed some like weird softcore movie that I don't think I've ever seen, but he directed a movie called The Vineyard. Not very good, but he's done it all.
Yeah, but even to this day, it's like just random small roles. Even big roles, small roles, lots of voice work.
He's in, Rich and I were talking about Roger Rabbit when we mentioned Chinatown. He's in Chinatown.
Yeah, I saw that on there too. He's in lots of stuff, but here he is.
Well, that's another strong point for the movie, is just the general cast. Like, everybody's so great in this.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, Short Round, Ki Kwan.
Ki Kwan.
I'm going to try and not call him Short Round, damn it. It's hard.
You call him Dr. Jones, dog. Okay, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones.
But like I said, like him coming back to acting for this is great, and then James Hong, and I don't know the daughter. I'm not familiar with, but she's great in this too.
Yeah.
Based on where the story goes, she gets a lot to do in this movie.
Yeah, no,
Some
she's good too.
fantastic outfits.
Yeah.
The yin and the yang sort of situation there, with what you do with the ability to see everything everywhere all at once. Kind of like good side, light side, the dark side, Star Wars. That's the thing, Jay, is ultimately the film is about family.
It's true.
For the late great Carrie Fisher.
It's about family, and that's what's so powerful about it.
This is a film about family, and it actually is what Star Wars, the new sequel trilogy, isn't. This is a trilogy about making buttloads of cash.
I think that's just a point you go to because it sounds relatable. It's a story about family, sure.
I can just imagine the outtakes from that interview. What the fuck do I say? Carrie Fisher's smoking. What do I say about this? I don't even know what's going on. What the say it? I don't know. Say it's about family. The Skywalker shit. Something's happening with Skywalkers and Rey, and I don't know. We don't even know what's going on. We're just the team making the behind the scenes for the Blu-ray.
You're told what to tell everybody
just
to say.
Say it it's a story about family. Ultimately, it's about family. I don't. Just say some bullshit like that. Okay. And then she puts on her acting gear. Really? It's about family. God, was that good enough? Did that sound convincing? Yes, Miss Fisher. Fuck this.
I'm taking my dog and I'm leaving.
Picking up my dog and I'm getting out of here. Do you got all you need?
What happened to her dog after she passed away? Does her daughter have it?
It was bequeathed to Billy Lord.
Okay. As long as that dog's doing okay.
Yeah, Carrie Fisher's dog would not be sent to the pound, Jay. She's fucking Carrie Fisher.
I just want to make sure that the dog's
The dog's fine. I'm sure the dog's fine.
Good.
Oh my God.
Everything.
Everywhere, all at once.
Woo! Oh, first take.
I don't even know what I was saying. We're talking about this movie, right?
Yes. Well, we're talking about family. We're talking about Star Wars.
Yeah, so grand, as I said in my intro, the grand scale down to simple human moments with the mother and the daughter. I don't know how much we should spoil here. Let's, because that's really the guts of the movie. The multiverse and the stuff with it is just sort of like the fun stuff. And that's why, the movie, people respond to it, because yes, it's a lot of fun. It's adventurous, it's creative. It's very well put together, but over all that time, you start to like Michelle Yeoh and the family and the whole little structure there, and you just get so much meat from all that kind of emotional stuff. And yes, they wallow in their own creativity at the end a little too long, and we'll talk about that. But that's what you get out of it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to spoil all those arcs, because everyone's got an arc. Everyone's got a nice arc that sort of concludes well at the end. But I don't want to spoil all that, because that's what you get from it. We could talk about hot dog fingers all day long, but I'm not going to spoil character arcs.
Well, speaking of the hot dog fingers, similar to Swiss Army Man, what I think these guys do well, these directors, is taking something that's initially absurd, but then building emotion into it, where it becomes kind of beautiful. Like in the hot dog universe, it's Michelle Yeoh is in a relationship with Jamie Lee Curtis. And even though visually it's absurd when they're like embracing with these stupid fingers by that point in the story, you're like, oh, that's sweet. Or the bizarre Ratatouille homage, which, by the way, I looked up the voice of that. It's a raccoon. What is it? Raccacooing?
Raccacooey.
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 And apparently it's voiced by Randy Newman, the music guy.
Huh.
It's like, why don't you just get Patton Oswalt to do it? Patton Oswalt will do anything.
Yeah, I know. Patton Oswalt was too busy having a little cameo in The Boys.
Is he in the new season?
Yeah.
He was in season 2.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that.
Or season, yeah, he was in the last season as the talking.
I didn't see.
Yes, his voice, right.
Stranger Things.
And he was also a voice of a cartoon character in Star Trek Picard. But no, he has a visual cameo. They make fun of the John Lennon Imagine pandemic thing.
I heard about that. Yeah, the Gal Gadot thing.
Imagine all the people.
So they're mocking that in true sarcastically sharp-witted Boys fashion. But yeah, so The Boys season 2 can officially be called a best of the worst reunion season.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
Oh, I've been waiting an hour to get that out. Anyways, what are we talking about?
Raccacooey.
Oh yes. I see it. That's just wild, because they make fun of her because she misremembered Ratatouille or something like that, and then
that created its own.
And somehow she started writing the screenplay and then submitted it and it became a movie, or it was reality. I don't even know how that worked, but it was funny because it was sort of like a misremember.
Yeah.
And then it's this whole situation where the rat's pulling out his hair and he's hiding under the chef's hat.
Mm-hmm.
And he's super awesome at like cutting up food at like the Benihana.
Yeah.
And
and the fact that they weren't too worried about making the raccoon look like real. Like it's this kind of clunky
it wasn't
thing.
like a CGI raccoon. It was almost like it was out of a bad movie.
Yeah.
That we used the animatronic raccoon.
But even that ends up having kind of an emotional arc to it.
Yes. And that's where it's. I mean, when you start to get to the end, they set up little tiny storylines in all these different universes, and then they sort of like break them down, make them the worst that they could be, and then they make them better. And that goes along with the two characters. The daughter, who I'm sure is not coincidentally named Joy, is at odds with her mother in real life, and in the multiverse they're also at odds because she knows everything, and then Michelle Yeoh ends up knowing everything. They become like superpowers because they can, instead of your brain going crazy and you dying from it, you can see everything. You got this special power, and it's mainly it's ultimately it's a film about choices. You thought I was going to say family, but it's also a film about choices. So really, like the bedrock of the movie is she chose to leave China with her boyfriend. The father chose to let her go. You're no daughter of mine. Get out of here. Go ahead and ruin your fucking life. And then ultimately maybe kind of accepting certain choices and learning to love. I love that montage at the end of all the happy times, because you never got to see any of that.
Yeah.
All you see is like the stress of her life, and there were happy times, and then the husband admits some things, and then daughter admits some things, and so and then there's a lot. It's more. It's what really it's about. It's a story about family.
It's about family, and that's what's so powerful about it.
And choices, and this I say that unironically, unjokingly.
Sure.
Because it actually is.
It's just hard to say that anymore.
It's hard to say that.
Seriously.
We take it seriously. Thanks, Gary Fisher. Or thanks, intern who fed her that line.
Thanks, Disney publicity department.
Disney Blu-ray behind-the-scenes producer, right out of college, producing Blu-ray behind-the-scenes for The Last Jedi. Carrie Fisher, I told her to say it's all about family or whatever. And then she said, well, how about I leave off the or whatever part?
Oh, I don't have it.
Because that would sound very good. And I said, you're right, Miss Fisher. Just say it's ultimately it's about family. That sounds so good, I think.
It's about family, and that's what's so powerful about it.
What does Ryan Johnson say? I don't know. He's masturbating on a porg.
So awkward.
Well, we sung the praises of this movie. It's very inventive, very creative, very well done. The cast is great. The way that they unpack it all, it's a lot to unpack, and they unpack it well. It is 2 hours and 20 minutes, and it in my opinion, it could have been a tight 2 hours because
maybe even less.
Maybe even less.
I think for this level of energy, like the movie's going for such a visual absurdity, and it's just it's fast-paced, which is great early on, but to me, that does get exhausting after a little bit.
Right.
And that's when you say it overstays its welcome.
Yeah,
it's not like it gets bad. It's just overwhelming in a way that kind of makes it unsatisfying.
Right. Yeah. There's a weird like aftertaste to it that's just like.
So it feels like it should be wrapping up.
Right. Because there are those like epic like swelling emotional like this is your Oscar clip.
Yeah.
And they nailed that.
最意思.
See, it's only a matter of time before everything balances itself.
Come on. I'm sorry, Raccoon. I'm sorry. Let her go.
我做唔到啊爸，我唔會好似你 咁對個女，你點可以嘅？當然你點可以咁容易放棄我嘅
？That sort of like Oscar movie feel where it's like, here comes the music, here comes the cutting back and forth, the paralleling, and you know how they do it. You know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Sure.
And you know what they're doing, and you're like, oh, this is the end. And then something else happens, and then, well, now we got to do this. I really thought the ending was at the IRS when she's going up the stairs, you know, and sort of like doing something to all the people that are attacking her that sort of like is counter to what her daughter's doing, without giving away too much. And then it's like, oh, this is a nice ending. That's how she's going to win. And then it's like, well, now we got to go back to the father's party, and then now we got to deal with Jamie Lee Curtis coming back, and then now we got to deal with the daughter in the parking lot, and then it just kind of like, oh my gosh.
None of it's bad on its own.
None of it's bad on its own, but
it's more of a, I guess, a structural issue.
Maybe it is meta because they could have chosen 4 paths to end the movie on, and they chose all 4.
They could have been like the movie Clue when that was released in theaters, different endings.
There
you know
you
what
go.
ending you're gonna get.
There you go. Or find a way to condense them
I think
all
it just everything needed to be
either trim it down,
consolidated.
Without, this is not spoilerish, but there are moments where each of the universes kind of go completely sour, and then and that's sort of like the villain, the daughter. And she's like, fuck nothing matters. It's a hopefulness and contemplativeness versus nihilism.
Yeah.
It's like the two ends of the spectrum. And she's like, everything sucks, nothing matters. Ultimately, the donut, the black hole donut.
Well, it's not a donut.
Bagel.
It's a bagel.
Sorry,
it's
bagel.
an everything bagel. Everything meaning literally everything.
Yes.
That's one of those things that, again, where it's like a little too LOL, so random, but
sure, yeah, a little too cartoonish,
Yeah.
a little too Rick and Morty-ish.
Yeah, maybe.
There's the Rick and Morty has the watch interdimensional cable.
Baby legs, you're a good detective, but not good enough because of your baby legs.
There's cable networks from different dimensions, and similar in tone, where it's like, okay, they might work in an animated thing.
Yeah.
This bagel, but it took me out a little.
Now let's look at all the stuff we got. We got a bag of Bobbish. That's 8 Rapples. We got a Plumbus. That's 6.5 Rapples.
Get me out of here now. I'm done.
That's you did a great job. You did a great job. Now stop. My only complaint is too much.
Yeah.
Too much goodness there.
So I guess it's not the worst problem to have. It makes me less likely to want to revisit it, want to like rewatch the movie.
Yeah.
Because of that, where it's like, oh, it's a good movie, but
right.
Then it keeps going. I don't know if I want to get back into that again.
Right.
So I don't know.
Boom, boom, boom. 3 acts. You got to tighten it up. You gotta have your third act be perfect, and conclude everything nicely, and don't just keep indulging.
I think that's the key word. I think is indulgent. Can be a debilitating thing with some movies. It doesn't go that far, but it is like, all right, you got too much of a good thing here.
Yeah. So deserving of the praise, but maybe you and I might eye it a little differently. But I'm sure there are.
Hey, I'm just glad a movie like this has caught on, though.
That's true.
And continued to be, like I mentioned off camera, like it was randomly trending on Twitter yesterday. It's been out for months, but it just, people keep bringing it up and keep talking about it. Because I think it is such a breath of fresh air for a lot of people. It's not another, like Doctor Strange. Nobody's talking about that movie. People stopped talking about that movie the week after it came out. Like, we're done with this.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Thor 4, more Thor. Starring Natalie Portman as Thor. Why is Natalie Portman Thor? I don't know.
But that type of stuff is like, that's exhausting. We're done with this.
Thor.
People stopped talking about that movie the week after it came out. Like, we're done with this.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Thor 4, more Thor. Starring Natalie Portman.
Love and Thunder reviews are here. We have bad news. Love and Thunder reviews is a shaky attempt to recapture lightning in a bottle. Thor: Love and Thunder review, a Marvel Institute that's easily disparaged.
Why?
Thor: Love and Thunder review scores are surprisingly low compared to Ragnarok.
Is Natalie Portman Thor?
How bad is Marvel's Thor: Love and Thunder? Here's what reviews say. I didn't see Thor: Love and Thunder in the theaters. It's on Disney Plus, I guess. Wow. So it didn't do good?
I don't know.
But that type of stuff is like, yeah, that's exhausting.
You think?
Done with that. So it's a movie like this that there's a lot going on, but at its core, it's very simple and very relatable, and the characters are good. Performances are good. There's a lot to latch on to.
So, Jay, would you recommend this movie to your 103-year-old grandmother? Or do you think she might not understand what's going on?
I think that might be a little too much for one of the olds, but for everyone else, yeah, it's like a solid movie.
Most people.
Most people. It's just a shame that it goes on too long, but that might just be a personal thing. I don't know.
Right. Someone may just be super into it and just loving every minute. And I love 90% of it. It will get an Oscar nomination, no doubt.
Which would also be nice because it's a comedy that doesn't get recognized all that much at the Academy Awards. So,
but I'd recommend it, yeah. But I'd say it might feel a little long, but you're really gonna like it because it's very different and it's very well done. And remember Short Round? He was in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. So, Jay, when do you think Mr. Plinkett will return from whatever adventure he or she is on?
I don't know.
Should we continue to fix his VCR so he could watch his Night Court tape?
We gotta get that Night Court tape fixed before the new Night Court starts. When does that happen?
I don't know. That's gonna like
everybody's just been dying for the Night Court reboot.
He's gonna remember about his Night Court tape when the new Night Court comes out on streaming.
Oh, we better get to work then.
We better get to work. He hasn't asked about his Night Court tape in over 5 years. But we should fix it so we can watch it.
Okay.
Wait, what? Where are we at? What? Bunkin what? I like review.
Well, Mike, we're going to talk about a Francis Ford Coppola movie.
That's right, Jay. 1992's Dracula. And coincidentally, we happen to have a bottle of Coppola wine. Now, a lot of you may not know this, but Francis Ford Coppola has his own winery in Northern California. Mm-hmm. And this is a beautiful bottle of Pinot Noir, vintage 2015. Let's crack this baby open.
Sure, let's do it.
Have a sip.
Absolutely. And just so we're clear, we've mentioned this in the past, we don't do paid sponsorships. This isn't a sponsorship here. We just really wanted to try out the Coppola wine.
Well, I've had it before, of course.
Oh, okay, good for you. But if you're interested in picking up your own Coppola wine, here's the website address, and if you go to the website, they have all these different varieties. They know what they're doing there at the Coppola winery. Oh, this looks great. Yeah. Oh, what a lovely bouquet. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking raspberries, tea leaves, and maybe some rose petals. Yeah.
Yeah, so just so you know, you could pick up this lovely wine and many more at thefamilycoppola.com. If you're 21 and older.
Of course.
Of course. Yes. Cheers, Jay.
Cheers.
Oh,
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh,
where'd you get this at the grocery store?
Oh, more like an ass bouquet.
Oh,
It's the worst thing I've ever tasted.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I think I'm gonna puke.
We're going to have to edit this out.
We're gonna cut this all out. Cut this all out.
Can you cut this out?
We don't want to show that label, right?
God. Yeah, Bill, can you cut this out? We'll move the wine glasses, but can you cut all this out? Rescind the contract. Tell Francis we're out. Tell him we're out. We don't need his $50.
Hello and welcome to another review. Today we're talking about the 1992 film Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Stokers.
Oh, everyone always says Strokers. But we're talking about this movie, oddly enough, it was just kind of a spur-of-the-moment idea because some, 10-year-old YouTube video just got recently sucked up into the algorithm, and it was supposedly Francis Ford Coppola and Gary Oldman arguing on the set of Dracula.
If you could give me a position, as it were.
Your entrance position is where you come right in, where you would come in. You come in right.
Where's just at the top of the stairs?
You're as equally below him as you were above him.
I'm waiting for Keanu. What I'm doing is waiting for Keanu because I can stop.
What are you waiting for Keanu for? Keanu never does anything. You just walk right out of the thing.
I may have watched the video where Tom Cruise screams at everybody about coronavirus, and maybe that algorithm triggered it.
Oh, he's going to be screaming again soon here. I can't wait for that audio to leak.
Yeah. Anyway, so I think watching that video may have triggered it, and then I watched it, and then I think you saw it. I sent it to you. I said, look, Jay, Gary Oldman kind of got mad and walked away.
There's never disagreements on movie sets, so that's just a scandalous piece of video.
It's like, Gary, you got to come in and you got to stop at the top of the stairs and look around. And then Gary Oldman's like, why don't I walk down the stairs? You got to stop at the top of the stairs, Gary. And he's like, whatever. And he walked away. He was just heading to the craft service table or something. And then that was like a shocking argument.
I guess.
Yeah, but hey, we all know about clickbait.
That's true.
That's the title.
But that's the funny thing is it's like a 10-year-old video that just recently, for whatever reason, got sucked up into YouTube's mysterious algorithm. And we watched it and we said, hey, Dracula.
Love it. Dead and loving it. I love it.
Let's not talk about Dracula Dead and loving it. This movie kind of inspired, there was a revival in the 90s of, after this came out, then there was the Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, trying to do these classy, big budget kind of reimaginings of these old horror properties.
The Anne Rice novels.
Yeah, that was then the rise of, what was that movie? The Interview with the Vampire?
Subsequent sequels. There's so many things I love about this movie. And there's a couple things I don't. But
this is a filmmaker's movie.
Yes.
If you're into the art of filmmaking and especially practical effects, in-camera trickery, this movie's all about that.
Right. And from what I understand, Francis Ford Coppola made this because American Zoetrope, his film company, was going into bankruptcy.
The last few movies he had done were kind of duds. They did not do very well, and his company was not in good shape. And so these were done for commercial reasons. He needed to make some money. So he made Godfather 3 in 1990, and then followed it up immediately with this as an attempt to kind of bring some life back to his company and bring in some money for a change.
Yes, I read that effort was successful despite being not a critical box office smash hit.
Yeah, I don't really know what the reception to this movie was. I didn't really pay attention to it at the time. Everyone, of course, makes fun of Godfather 3, which I've still never seen. But I think it's one of those movies that now people are like, yeah, in comparison to the first two, it's not very good. But as its own thing, it's not the worst. But there is a connection in that the most famous aspect of Godfather 3 is that his daughter, Sofia Coppola, gives one of the worst performances of all time. But that part was originally supposed to be played by Winona Ryder, who had to drop out, but they kept in touch, and she gave Francis Ford Coppola the script of Dracula. And was like, hey, how about this? So that was the 1-2 punch, Godfather 3 and this. And then Francis Ford Coppola, I guess he just said, fuck it, I'm going to make weird shit now. I kind of because he comes from that sort of the new film school group of him and Brian De Palma and George Lucas, of course. And I kind of like in his older years, Francis Ford Coppola is actually doing what George Lucas has always said he's going to do, which is make these weird little personal movies where he's not concerned about box office or the commercial appeal of it.
As exemplified in Twixt, one of the worst things I've ever seen.
I've never seen Twixt.
But hey, you know, let him do his thing.
He's earned it.
And I will never blame George Lucas for not fulfilling his promise of making personal films, because shit, if I was 78 years old and had $100 billion, I wouldn't go through the big fucking pain in the ass of making movies anymore. I would just lay on a hammock drinking Bloody Marys all afternoon, and then have my personal chef make me dinner to repeat the process the next day. Tell me about Dracula.
If I had a complaint about it, though, it's that it is a horror film, and at no point is it ever scary. It's too big. It's too kind of bombastic and like operatic and over the top. It never takes any like moments to get quiet and creepy.
That is the longest way to say Keanu Reeves I've ever heard.
That's a whole other topic.
The bombasticity? Bombacity?
Yes.
Bombasticness? Webster?
Mr. Bombastic?
Help me out. That's what I love about it.
Oh, I do too. I'm just saying, as a horror film, it is not scary, but it's big.
No, it's a love story.
Which is not in the book. That's one of the deviations.
No,
so it's interesting to talk about. It's like, I don't know. To me, this is like the definitive adaptation of Dracula. I haven't seen all of them. There's been a million of them, but I've seen a fair amount. And this is the one that it has some deviations, but it does follow pretty closely to the book, especially the narrative device of all the different, we get journal entries and captain's logs and all that stuff.
Oh, well, we'll get into the details, but just the overall big picture, like watching this, like, again, rewatched it. I rewatched it a couple months ago, actually. I was like, nice Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I fucking love this movie. I'm going to watch this on Blu-ray, because I haven't seen it in, a long time since before then, but I kept picturing, like, the 90s movie trailer.
Oh.
And he's loved before, but now he's back to try to find love again.
Is this an actual trailer that's like that?
No.
Oh, okay.
The trailer is quality. It has Anthony Hopkins doing the voiceover instead of trailer voice guy. But I pictured it like as a wacky romantic comedy, because that's what it is. It's a love story. It's an epic love story. And it's Dracula as a sympathetic kind of protagonist. That you're not sure if you hate him or like him, and that's the unique take on this.
Yeah,
and I think that's also kind of works the awful casting choice of Keanu Reeves.
I've seen many strange things already. Bloody wolves chasing me through some blue inferno.
Well, that's, I guess, one of the selling points, or one of the ways that he tried to get a studio interested in doing the movie was, we're going to have a hot young cast, all these young, hip actors, and so that's how you end up with, Winona Ryder gave him the script, but then also Keanu Reeves, and both of them, Keanu Reeves gets a lot of shit for this movie, Winona Ryder's not much better.
Winona Ryder's great in it.
I don't buy her at all. Both of them come across like they're doing like a high school production. His bad English accent.
Oh, it's terrible. Well, Keanu had said, he's like, I just came off working on 3 movies. I was fucking tired and I didn't want to do this. Also, I think he's bad at ADR. I think I watched the movie and I'm picturing him in a booth, like looping the lines in.
Music. Those animals.
He's doing his best to make it match, and that deadens his performance. And this is a theory.
Yeah.
But Keanu Reeves is Keanu Reeves. He's a likable actor.
Nobody dislikes Keanu Reeves, even when he gives terrible performances.
His performance in every movie is always the same. He's always Keanu Reeves. He never transcends beyond who he is.
Sure.
But, he got to where he is from his looks. I don't mean to objectify a man, but, he was and is a handsome man, and that's how he got his roles. And he's not a great actor.
I have offended you with my ignorance, Count.
He's a serviceable actor.
He's great in the right roles.
Yeah, they wanted Johnny Depp in his part.
Oh.
And the studio said, we want someone handsomer.
Wow.
Yeah, take that.
90s Johnny Depp too. That's surprising.
They're like, well, maybe there's other.
Well, I guess
reasons.
92 was kind of before Johnny Depp really took off, right?
But yeah, he's terrible.
But the real thing they should have done is looked for good actors for the part,
right?
Instead of going with hot young talent we're going to put in so we can sell this movie to the kids.
Right. Well, then you have Billy Campbell, aka the Rocketeer, aka the outrageous O'Connor.
What about drunk? Ever do that? From alcohol. That is not possible for me, sir. Biddy?
And then you have Carrie Elways as Lord Arthur Homewood. And then Billy Campbell's playing like an American, like a Texan. And these characters are all in the book.
Yeah.
And the book, it's pretty faithful to the book.
I think this is the only adaptation to have, because there's like 3 characters. It's, what's her name? Lucy's like kind of suitors.
Yeah.
And I think every other movie adaptation condenses them down to one character, because that's what you would do for a movie, to condense everything. But this movie's like, fuck it, we're throwing it all in.
Yeah, and their performances feel like stage play.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you do?
I feel like a blundering novice.
And then you have Gary Oldman on, and Sir Anthony Hopkins that are just light years beyond the young cast in terms of acting, where they are really giving it 100% and they're doing quality work, and everybody else feels like they're on the stage at your local community college theater.
Yeah, she was in great pain. Then we cut off her head and drove a stake to her heart and burned it, and then she found peace.
Doctor! Please.
But that
Who am I supposed to be? Am I supposed to be Keanu Reeves right here?
I think what I like about the movie
like,
is
how do
that
you...
in hindsight, watching it, and this is probably why it didn't connect to a lot of audiences, it is a blend of camp, 70s exploitation, and retro 1920s throwback film.
Yeah.
Like the 1922 Nosferatu with Max Schreck. Where it's
all the in-camera effects.
In-camera effects, the iris wipes, all the old school film trickery, and then a lot of like, especially the orgy scene.
Oh yeah.
You get like 70s like 70s film vibes from that, and so it's like he's putting in all these. He's not trying to make a contemporary film. He's making many references and nods to
what the hell is happening?
Yeah, not just like the history of Dracula and previous Dracula movies, but I mean, there's that whole scene where there's like the movie screen in the background.
That's my favorite scene.
And it's the whole movie is sort of like, just like a celebration of the history of filmmaking and all these techniques.
Yeah, there's even I think when they introduce London and Dracula has arrived.
When he first sees Winona Ryder, they use an actual hand crank camera.
Yeah, there's an old timey.
And he said, Francis Ford Coppola said he wanted to do more of that. He seems to have a grudge against the cinematographer. There's a couple points in the commentary where he kind of is like, yeah, I wanted to do more of this, but the cinematographer just didn't want to.
Well, and the studio.
Maybe the studio, too.
He wanted, like no sets. He wanted very stripped down, like very bare bones locations where it was almost like a stage play.
I'm glad he didn't go that route, because I love the big over-the-top sets.
The studio's like, no, you need proper sets. That's a big no. I think the proper balance of give and take happened, because you don't want to. You're trying to make a commercially available, accessible film, and you don't want to go too artsy.
I made the most vulgar, entertaining, exciting, actionful, sensoramic, give them a new thrill every 5 minutes, have it everything,
I had to
sex,
press
violence,
down
humor.
and press the
And I think
jump
that's
button.
probably what turned a lot of people off, is they're like, what's going on?
It's so stylized, When you see, I mean, the opening prologue, which is sort of a nod to Vlad the Impaler, who, of course, Dracula was based on, when we're seeing the battlefield, and it's literally just like shadow puppets, just little cardboard guys in the background.
It's a mixture of both. He wanted to do 100% shadow puppets.
Oh, okay.
There are a couple shots that are like flashed in there, but there are 2D actors silhouetted, like being impaled and stuff.
Yeah.
All the shadow puppet stuff shows
God.
up in the cinematograph scene. You catch a glimpse of it. You see the little fight going on.
Oh,
it's like a puppet show.
Yeah.
That scene's so awesome. It's so unnerving when the wolf comes in. And then the gentlemen with the cigars are watching films.
They even show I think it's that classic train, footage.
Yeah, when everyone jumps out of the way. The train's coming. It's coming. But then when things start getting like oddly erotic, then it cuts and there's like not hardcore porno, but it's like more disturbing than early on. It was jokey.
Yeah.
There's like a guy and he's like thinking of like a younger attractive lady on his lap, and then she disappears and it's replaced with his wife, and he goes "Rawr, rawr," and it's more like vaudeville, goofy. But then it's like it becomes like creepy, like pervert porn in the background, and you see it, and it's just like Dracula's presence just kind of alters reality and perceptions of reality, and there's so much.
Which is really exemplified in the first half of the movie in his castle.
Oh yeah.
Which is I feel like the first half of the movie is stronger than the second half. I like the whole movie, but all the stuff with his castle.
Oh yeah.
I love all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the stuff that really pops Keanu out.
We, Dracula's have a right to be proud. What devil or witch was ever so great as a killer whose blood flows in these veins?
Because I mean, like,
when you have scenes with Gary Oldman acting opposite Keanu Reeves, they're the only ones in the scenes, and it's just like, oof.
I don't know what his direction was, but he's literally like, he looks like Bill S. Preston Esquire.
He time traveled,
reacting to some of the most fucked up things you could possibly see. Dracula shatters the mirror in front of him. I guess that happens in Transylvania. And he looks out the window. Dracula hears the wolves. He's going to go eat some wolves. And he looks out the window and he's crawling down the wall, defying laws of physics.
Yeah.
And he's like, huh. Early on, Dracula feeds him dinner. And then Dracula's saying the story of his bloodline, the Order of the Dracul, and he's like, "We fought for centuries, and all was lost." And,
just giving a great performance.
And then Keanu Reeves is like, "Oh, I guess so." Then he takes the sword out, and Keanu Reeves, "I'm sorry if I offended you." Cut.
I have offended you with my ignorance, Count.
Keanu Reeves, probably a classy dude.
Oh yeah, I got nothing against the guy.
He's a nice guy, but
it's just miscasts, which I think that's what this movie is probably most known for, which is a shame because everything else about it is so great. But I'll let anyone talk. Oh, Dracula, Keanu Reeves. Ew, that's like the first thing people think of.
And then that I don't know. You got the most amazing monster costumes in this movie, and then they can't get gray spray paint in the hair right.
They went to the costume shop and got the spray that we used for our George Lucas costume.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in the book, his hair goes white.
Sure.
And so it's like, well, you could cut that out because it's distracting and it's unexplained.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the blue flames.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, it's that was the only optical effect in the film. Everything else was in camera.
Everything else was in camera. Okay.
But the blue flames were like, every now and then, Dracula will have weird blue flame that will indicate where treasure might be buried.
Mm.
And then so his servants or his gypsy men or whatever they were described as, who are loyal to the death to Dracula for some reason, they're seen putting rocks where the blue flames are. So that
this is all in the book.
This is in the book.
Yeah.
And so during the day they could go back and try and dig up the treasure, but in the movie it's just like
it's just a blue flame for one scene.
And then Mina has the power once she's infected with Dracula blood. She has the power to make the blue flames come up, and it's like, and I was almost like happy with the fact that it wasn't explained because it's you're taken into this world that you don't understand.
Yeah.
And we don't need an explanation.
Oh, that's what you do? Oh my God.
So before we talk about the details in the film, because the film for me works. I think one of my favorite things, and we don't have to talk about this in detail, but my favorite things is the score.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking love. I had the soundtrack. I would just listen to the soundtrack.
Sure.
I love this music so much, and it's so appropriate.
It complements the movie in that it's also big. Everything is big.
But then the love parts, the love scores, the Mina's theme, and you know, all that's, it's great. It's great. It's so funny because movies nowadays, a lot of them I listen and
they're so generic. Yeah.
I don't even notice the score, and this, it's so perfect. And then the costumes too. They got a Japanese guy to do the costumes who had never seen Dracula and didn't know what it was. So that's why
That's
he's wearing,
perfect.
like when he jumps out of the crate at the very end of the movie, he's wearing kind of like a geisha robe.
Yeah.
And same with his classic red robe.
Yeah.
With this big
with the butt hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like geisha.
Oh yeah.
hair. And it's like that.
Well, let's say it complements the rest of the movie, where it's such a combination of all these different styles and different things.
It's so
that don't clash. They end up working together because it's an unreal world.
Yeah, and it's not the cliche Dracula look.
Yeah,
as described in the book. You know, he has a white mustache and he's old and he wears black. And you know, obviously you have Bela Lugosi, Dracula with the widow's peak and the classic Dracula look.
That was the definitive Dracula look, where so many other movies that were made based on Dracula would go back to the Bela Lugosi movie.
With the collar,
Yeah.
the cape, and this when you first see Dracula, you're like, oh my God, what is he wearing? That's so awesome, and it's so different. So that seems to be the goal in the movie, starting from Nosferatu and on, and all the different Dracula adaptations throughout the 70s and.
Well, that's what's interesting is when there's been something like this, that there's been so many different versions of it, and you try and make something that's super accurate to the book, a couple embellishments here and there, but then the things that you do add, like the love story aspect, and the idea of Mina being like the reincarnation of his old love, like. That's not from the books, but that has been in a previous adaptation of Dracula.
Right.
Is in the, I think, like a 70s one with Jack Palance, where it's just like, it's been adapted so many times that all these things like leak into your mind when you're trying to write a new adaptation of it.
Yeah.
So all these different versions all kind of leak into it.
Well, when Bram Stoker wrote the book in 1897 or whatever, I don't even know, the thinking of movies and, you know, audience appeal and all that was not in their heads.
Right.
It was just like, I'm telling this story.
You can tell by the way it's written, the fact that it is like a pieced together series of journals and.
Yeah, I mean, it was a totally different time, and you don't think of, oh well, we have to have a love story after this, and that's just the modern twist on it. But yeah, so we have Mina. She's our final girl.
Yeah.
We have Lucy. She's searching for a husband. One might say she's a woman of loose morals.
Please let me touch it. It's so big.
Lucy morals?
Yeah,
Lucy?
in the
Lucy
Victorian
morals.
era, I guess you would say so.
Lucy morals.
They're looking at the pervert book.
She's reading, I don't know if it's the Kama Sutra or whatever.
So she's the perfect vampire-ress for him to seduce and infect.
That's why it was funny in rewatching this. I hadn't seen it in a long time, and I always remembered the Lucy character being played by Sherilyn Fenn from Twin Peaks, and it's not. And I was like, why was I thinking that was Sherilyn Fenn? And I realized it's because Sherilyn Fenn was in a movie where she fucks a wolfman that looks just like the wolfman from this movie. A movie called Meridian, like a low-budget, like full moon movie. I probably shouldn't be watching so many movies where people fuck wolfmen, but
right.
1990, I haven't seen that
That's a one and done.
But I've seen all the wolf movies.
It doesn't usually reoccur too often.
But
Mina is his prize. She is, Winona Ryder plays the original Elisabetta in the very beginning. That's his true love. I don't remember the opening of the Dracula novel. I don't think
the prologue in this, none of that's in the book.
The prologue.
None of the explicit comparisons to Vlad the Impaler.
Vlad the Impaler was like a horrific monster. I mean, he might have been fighting for territory or, in wars or whatever, but what he did to people, impaled them, and the gruesome, just awful. Yeah. In this, he does that, but...
It's treated as just him fighting in battle.
Yeah, but he does it for the church. Mm-hmm. He's a man of God, and he survives this battle, but the opposing armies shoot a letter into his castle that says, he had died in battle, which causes Mina to commit suicide.
To jump out the window and turn into a doll.
Right.
She's falling down.
Don't make fun of the visuals in this.
I love all of them. I'm making fun of them with love. They're great.
But
that transition, because she falls out of frame and then the camera dollies down, and that's without having to do any cuts or visual effects. Yeah. There's your doll falling down. It's wonderful. It's all great.
It's beautiful.
But it doesn't look realistic, which is again going back to why this maybe didn't connect with a lot of people.
Yes. If you're a fan of movies and the construction of movies, especially older ones, because there's a lot of matte paintings, there's miniatures, which are super obvious miniatures. The train,
Keanu Reeves did.
Lucy's Castle. There's so many of those kind of vintage effects, and vintage way of doing things.
I love the shot when Jonathan Harker's going to Dracula's castle, and you see his diary in the foreground and the train going by in the background, and it's clearly a miniature, but the fact that the train casts a shadow across the diary, which doesn't make any sense realistically, but that whole shot looks great.
To be able to get the shadow onto a little book like this wasn't going to work. So Gene, my father, decided, well, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to recreate the book 20 feet away. And then use the same train, put one light up, make a shadow of the smoke, and make it go across the book.
Like all these, and same with there's a shot where the map is superimposed over Keanu Reeves' face.
Oh yeah, they just projected it onto his face.
They did tricks like that.
Or rear screen projection out the window of the train.
Yeah, that shot with the eyes in the distance, that was all in camera.
Yeah.
With layers of things going on.
There was like a movie screen, and then we projected on that sky a plate of Dracula's eyes. When you see that in the theater, what you're seeing there all was done together. The background and the foreground was done together.
And there are shots where they do multiple exposures, where you film one element of it, and then you literally reel back the footage and do another pass. So then it's done. The effect is done.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do after the fact. We got it in camera.
Yeah, but then you have the tricks. The Keanu's shaving in the mirror, Dracula's coming up behind him, and then it's okay, well, there's a hole in the wall. That's Keanu. The back of the head is a look-alike.
Interestingly, on the commentary, Francis Ford Coppola points that moment out, and he's like, "This was an interesting effect. I don't remember how we did it."
You can just figure it out, Francis.
You made the movie.
Well, I think one of the more famous things from this movie is Dracula's shadow. Yeah, the shadow moves across and it knocks over physical objects. Mm-hmm. I think it kills flowers at one point.
Yeah.
Which clearly would be a time lapse. Was it just a hand? Probably a robot hand. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
The flowers have to actually decay in time lapse.
Yeah.
So you want an actor standing there with their hand. It's probably a fake hand.
Just slowly.
And then they just have it very slowly moving.
It was shot over the course of 3 days or something. Yeah, I don't know about that specifically, but
filming one frame every minute.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And I always assumed all the shadow stuff it felt like it would be inspired by the original Nosferatu or the old German Expressionism stuff. Apparently an inspiration for it too is another movie called Vampire with a Y, where it's not just shadow work, but it's the shadows moving out of step with what they're shadows of, which is directly what they do in this.
But getting back to the opening, Dracula, feels betrayed by God because, it's a Romeo Juliet kind of situation, but he stabs the cross with his sword and vows allegiance to evil.
The cross starts vomiting blood, and it turns into a Sam Raimi movie.
Yeah. And so, you know, then over time, he's a vampire. He's got to feed on babies. The town's babies.
Well, that's another.
That's from the book too.
Oh yeah, the feeding on babies.
The children disappearing from the villages.
Mm-hmm. But that becomes another theme of the movie too. Is he's this old, you know, hundreds of years old being, kind of like from an older world, and that sort of clash with more, for the time, kind of contemporary technology. There's lots of that in the movie. The insane asylum and telegraphs and all that stuff. The movie theater, and so it's sort of him entering this new age that he's not familiar with.
He's trying to find his true love, and
which the whole love story thing is interesting, because you keep bringing that up as being like the driving force of the movie when that's not in the book at all.
No, it's a twist on it.
And that's that's the thing, is like, there's been so many versions of Dracula. If you're gonna make a new one, what can you do to make it distinct and stand out? And one is make it very close to the book, which this does, aside from the love story angle. And then two, I think, is also just make it super horny. This is a horny ass movie. Speaking of babies again, the scene where Keanu Reeves gets seduced by the three brides. The one in the middle, Monica Bellucci, who 10 years later would co-star with Keanu Reeves in the Matrix sequels.
Right, as Persephone.
Was that her name?
Yeah.
She was the lady next to the guy.
Oh, these actors cross paths at some point.
And then, I don't know, 10, 12 years later, you have Anthony Hopkins and Gary Oldman team up again in Hannibal and literally face off.
Yeah, so Winona Ryder, you know, she's in this big famous vampire movie, and then she goes on to be in another vampire movie, Reality Bites. I got jokes. I got jokes all day. I got jokes forever. You have a lot of plot stuff to deal with. There's Van Helsing. There's the Three Men.
Which I remember in the book, all that stuff being a bit of a slog.
Yeah,
all the characters.
Well,
stuff.
The Jonathan Harker stuff is like the first half of the book.
Yeah,
it's been another 2 weeks, and I'm still stuck at the castle. And blah blah blah. But
I gotta fuck these women again.
These demonic horrors, concubines of the devil. But there's three important scenes with Mina and Gary Oldman, Mina and Dracula, that are enough to satisfy that love story, which is there's the meet cute on the streets of London, with the famous "See me, see me."
That's the you have to be Hungarian and double jointed.
Yes.
How do you do that? You must be double jointed, and you must be Hungarian.
How many times can we reference Ed Wood in our lives? But no. He buys the newspaper from the little boy in the reflection of the glass. You don't see him. There's those sweet touches. And then there's the scene where they have dinner and they drink the absinthe. Winona Ryder sucking on the sugar cube. It gets all erotic, and they bond. Mm-hmm. But the final scene is the turning scene. It's crescendoed into the turning scene, which is wonderfully shot. It's beautiful. There's the music, and then of course his ultimate demise, where you kind of feel sorry for Dracula.
Sure.
That's a lovely scene. Except for the part where she kisses him as a bloody monster, right on the lips.
That's a great monster suit, though.
That was a risk.
Yeah.
Because I think in the theater everyone ew, and you're not supposed to say ew. That's true love. She doesn't care that he's a monster with bloody mouth. She'll smooch him. But yeah, but
his demise at the end of the movie when they defeat him at the very end is an example of them kind of taking things from the book. It's similar to like Peter Jackson with Lord of the Rings, where it's like we're going to take these things that are in the book, but we're just going to make them. We're going to make them much, much bigger. Because the book, they find his coffin, they open it, and they just kind of like stab him and cut his throat, and then he turns to ash immediately. And here, it's like he bursts out, and it's like a big epic fight scene.
But do you buy Gary Oldman as an irresistible love interest count that connects with Mina?
I do, sure, absolutely.
Because that's what the movie hinges on.
Because he's, I mean, it's partially his performance, but you have that contrast from the beginning where, with him like all old, and the old age makeup is great in this too. It's very detailed. It's very like layered. You can see like the veins under the skin and like spots on it, but that contrast between that and then him when he's young, which I guess is a nod to the book. He has a little mustache, so and just because Gary Oldman's one of the best actors, so he sells you on it, I think.
Yeah.
I think the weaker part of that dynamic is Winona Ryder. I don't think she can, lesser than Keanu Reeves, but when you have scenes with just the two of them, I think he's just acting circles around her.
Well, of course he is, but I think she's still good in it.
I don't hate Winona Ryder, by the way. I know the last time we talked about her was probably Stranger Things, which I thought she sucked on. In general, I have nothing against her. I just, I think she's outshined by a lot of the other actors in this movie.
Have you got a 9.5?
I can't say enough good things about this movie. How do you feel about its accessibility in 2021?
I mean, the fact that all the effects are done in camera, I think, makes it hold up, where you don't have a bunch of dated optical effects and shit.
Yeah, I think if you know the backstory and the intention.
Sure.
If you watch it cold and just go, oh my God, that looks bad.
Look at all those background warriors in the opening scene. They look like shadow puppets.
Right. And that matte painting looks fake, or that looks like a miniature train. But yeah, if you look at it from the perspective, there was only one optical effect. Everything else, done. They took the time to blend all these elements while they were filming.
But that's what I think makes it hold up better than, especially a lot of effects-heavy movies from the early 90s.
Oh, yeah.
I mean...
No, nothing beats an in-camera effect, even if it looks bad. I'll take it over CGI something or other from 1992.
Oh, yeah.
Unless we're talking about a T-Rex.
Sure.
then yay. But if we're talking about a water bottle floating around the event horizon, just film your water bottle.
Put it on a string.
Put it on a string.
But I think the fact that the movie is a period piece, too, that lends to the style. Everything works together, except for Keanu Reeves.
It's almost a fairy tale.
Well, it works. It's a lot of the effect shots. A lot of like the second unit director was Roman Coppola, Francis Ford Coppola's son, who went on to work on a bunch of Wes Anderson movies. And those also, like if you look at like Grand Budapest Hotel, where you have intentional miniatures. I mean, it's similar to this, where it's like, it doesn't look real, but it works for the story.
It works for the kind of movie it is.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work in The Matrix.
No. Have a bunch of little puppets in the background of The Matrix, yeah. Well, I think it's a testament. I mean, it does follow the book pretty closely, and it's a testament to the fact that before this, there was so many adaptations of Dracula, and after this version, I think there's like a BBC TV movie, and that's kind of it. But there was, I mean, from the 30s to the 70s into the 80s, there were so many different adaptations of it. And then this one came out, and they're like, well, how do you top that? Again, it's like Peter Jackson. It'd be like somebody now trying to do another adaptation of the Lord of the Rings books. It's like, you can't go any bigger than that.
Yeah.
I think the only other way to go would be more of like a minimalist, like A24 type movie. Like really small and atmospheric and creepy. I know Robert Eggers, who did The Witch, was attached to do an adaptation of Nosferatu, which is always weird to me, because the original Nosferatu is just an adaptation of Dracula, but then there was a remake of that by Werner Herzog in the 70s, and then to do another remake of Nosferatu, where it's, well, Nosferatu is just Dracula. I guess the only difference is the look of the vampire.
Yeah, IMDb lists a Nosferatu with Anna Taylor-Joy.
Yeah, that was Robert Eggers. I think
Robert.
that fell apart. I don't think it's actually happening now.
I mean, there's just tons of material about vampires
Mhm.
and the lore and all that in TVs and movies and whatever. But yeah, you're right. An actual film about the character of Dracula, digging deeper into him than just the stereotypical Bela Lugosi. I am Dracula, and I'm here to suck your blood. This is what pushed that further and made him into a tragic character as opposed to just a blood-sucking vampire monster.
Yeah.
And pulled off the love story element. Technically, it's a great film. Visually, sound design, sets, production design, everything's great about it. Most of the acting.
You got two of the best actors of all time in it.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves, of course,
Yes.
being one of them.
Right. It ages like a fine wine. Can we cut that?
And I never drink wine.
Which
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
There's been so many Dracula movies that it's almost impossible to keep track. It's no wonder why, because it's one of those stories that deserves being retold generation after generation. By the 90s, it was time to revive the count again for new audiences. This version was given all the treatments of a big-scale blockbuster, including a large budget, mainstream actors, lavish production design, and a highly acclaimed director, none other than Francis Ford Coppola. A side note, one of the producers was named Fred Fuchs, best known in the video game world as the inspiration for the non-existent Fred Fox. One minor gripe I have with the film that I must get out of the way is that it begins with a backstory to Dracula that was never in the novel. All around there are many differences, which are expected, but the movie is called Bram Stoker's Dracula. I think if you're going to put his name on the title, you better stick as close to the book as possible. But with that said, it is much closer than most film versions. To adapt the Bram Stoker novel faithfully has been attempted many times before, including the 1970 version, Bram Stoker's Count Dracula starring Christopher Lee. This version was also pretty darn close, but also has its differences. The movie is a fresh new take with a unique vision, and that's why I think it would have been best to call it Coppola's Dracula, which has already sort of become the film's unofficial title. The movie is very much a visual work of art. Almost every shot is worthy of being framed on your wall. When I saw this for my first time, I remember seeing the eyes superimposed over the sky and immediately being entranced. Being a huge fan of the Bela Lugosi Dracula, I was always against remakes of my favorite classic films, but when I saw that shot, I knew instantly that I was watching something new and special. Then I saw Dracula and laughed my ass off. Really? What's up with the hair? What were they thinking? I mean, seriously, what were they thinking? The actor, of course, is the super talented Gary Oldman, the modern-day man of 1,000 faces. He's good in everything he's in, his acting has a wide range, and on top of that, he always seems to undergo wild makeup changes. In all the movies I've seen of his, it took me many years to start to realize that it was the same actor. Even in this one film, he goes through several looks. Dracula changes from an old man to a young man, and other times he's a wolf or a giant bat. But of all the different appearances of Dracula in this film, I'll always remember that stupid beehive hairdo, or whatever you'd call it. It's unfortunate that it ruins part of the movie for me. Every major version of Dracula has its iconic image that you remember, something that pops into your mind right away whenever the movie's mentioned. Nosferatu has the creepy shadow on the wall, the 1931 version has Lugosi's staring eyes, the Hammer version has Christopher Lee's bloody fangs, and then you have this. This is one blunder, but the rest of the overall design of the movie is fantastic. I could praise the visuals forever, but unfortunately the visuals come before everything else. Some of the acting, especially from Keanu Reeves, is wooden and hollow. The narrative structure is weak. Whenever I watch it, I never feel hooked or drawn into the story. My attention is always on the technical details. It just feels like a bunch of over-the-top vignettes, short little scenes that each seem to be exploding with drama. It may come off as a little bit disjointed, like separate epics are strewn all together, but to be fair, the novel itself is told through all the different journals and letters written by all the characters. Each one has its own feel and its own writing style. So with the movie, they managed to capture some of that vibe. As a horror movie, I think it's a great visionary epic. The only reason I would be hard on it is because it's Dracula. It could have done better justice. That's not to say that the Bela Lugosi version didn't have its flaws, but that movie is a timeless classic.
I am Dracula.
This one does not go down in history the same way. It could never be as important to the genre, but for the good things I like about it, it's worth seeing.
March back, is that?
It's Cinemasticus Sparks the Madness!
Dracula Dead, loving it. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Is that here? I don't think I've seen that. Another review of, it's like everybody did a review. If everybody but anybody did a review of Brian Stoker's.
The vampire myth lasting throughout the generations, branching from literature to films, TV, and video games. It even seems to have inspired modern horror trends like walking into an unfamiliar creepy place, doctors being powerless to stop an illness or possession, and heroes joining forces to hunt down an evil being. It's no stretch to say the book Dracula is like the holy gospel of horror fiction, not forgetting Frankenstein, Dracula being the supernatural one and Frankenstein being more scientific. There is no Dracula film adaptation that copies the book exactly. If there was, it would probably be at least 20 hours long. Of course, movies usually omit or change things as they see fit to better suit the cinematic medium and to better appeal to the audiences of the time. But regardless, wouldn't you like to know, of all the Dracula films, counting theatrical, TV, and direct-to-video, which one follows the book the closest? Oddly, it seems there's no universal consensus. Every forum I've read turns it into a debate based on personal opinion, but this isn't meant to be a subjective question. I want to know which one is most faithful to the book. not what's everybody's favorites. Curiosity overcame me, and I decided to do the digging myself, watching the films and cross-examining them with Stoker's original text in a mission to determine which one contains the most source material and the least amount of drastic departures. There exists probably hundreds of Dracula films. Most of them have hardly anything to do with the book. So first, we must filter them out. The Monster Squad is an example of a film that has Dracula in it, but is not trying to follow the book. Then there's Mel Brooks's Dracula Dead and Loving It, which actually does follow many events from the book, but its primary
That's the
purpose
same
is comedy.
monster that's in
Son of
Video
Dracula,
Horror
the
Society.
Count
Hold
takes
on,
the
hold
form
on.
of Mist.
The Monster Squad? Dracula versus Frankenstein, the Monster Squad, the Bride scene. Hold on, I gotta see this trailer.
You know who to call when you have ghosts. But who do you call when you have monsters?
We're the Monster Squad. What's a squad? It's like Miami Vice, I think.
They're young and inexperienced.
Naughty virgin.
They're a bit disorganized.
Monsters are not real. We don't know that, sir.
2,000-year-old dead guys do not get up and walk away by themselves.
But when strange things start happening in town,
There's a monster in my closet.
Ooh, look at that big, scary monster!
What's happening? You wait till a werewolf. Silver bullet?
they're the only ones ready to do battle.
Because he's out there and he's killing people. And if it's monsters, nobody's gonna do a thing about it but us.
And the creatures of the night shall rule the world.
Real monsters? Us? Midnight. In the world, remember? Maybe we can be like Mask Squad instead, you know? 2 mask bombs.
We got 1035. Sit back up. Hurry up!
Or Nature Squad. The book is right. Don't you see it's all true?
By midnight,
You guys!
they won't seem so young anymore.
I've never seen this before.
Monster Squad.
Wolfman's got nails.
I like that font though. Never seen that. Zero Cinemassacre. Alright, I'm gonna have to see it. Oh my god.
Monster Squad from 1987. I think this is the last great movie that had the classic monsters all in it. And after this is when they started remaking them all. So what I mean to say, this is the last time we saw the classic versions of them, and they presented them in a funny way. After that, we had like revamped versions, like Bram Stoker's Dracula, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, and even Wolf to some extent with Jack Nicholson.
So
this is kind of like, to me, marks the end of an era.
You don't count the dark universe that's going on right now with the Mummy, and now it's failed completely.
Oh god, the one movie cinematic universe. Well, there was Van Helsing also. That was like 2003.
And they did Dracula Untold and all that stuff.
Well, that wasn't any good either. But I mean, you know, I'm talking about Monster Mash. Like when you get all the monsters together.
Like you want a graveyard smash that caught on in a flash.
Transylvania Twist.
Yeah.
It's funny you're calling it the end of an era.
Kind of.
Because for me, it was, I think, the first horror movie I ever saw in my life.
Oh, yeah? Wow.
Pretty sure. When I was a
Pretty
kid.
sure.
I didn't know
Do you count the Three Stooges?
Anything yet. Because this movie was in 1985.
The Monsters are Abbott
87?
Costello?
Okay, that's about right. I think I remember renting it from the video store. Not this one.
The Marx Brothers? I mean, I saw those on TV first.
What an
Scooby-Doo?
introduction, you know, and I learned kind of
It'll be like
everything
Return from the
immediately
Dead.
in a way because it was like, you know, you had the Mummy and you had Dracula and the Frankenstein
Fright
monster and
Night.
everything, and even like the little things about, because it's a monster squad, it's a team of kids, and they're giving like little bits of trivia and stuff like that. It's almost became what you and I became doing this. It's like since I was a little kid, my first exposure was a very good first exposure, I think, you know, and
I'd say.
I loved this movie because it was kind of like, I also loved the Goonies and those kind of things, and it was this sort of like band of kids that get together and go on this adventure, and you know, the movie really blew my mind, and it was the first time, I think, also when I was a kid that I got to see like kind of some gory special effects, and I remember as a kid seeing the Wolfman blow apart, and it was like, the movie's crazy.
It is.
Yeah.
And you know what, I'm envious because, believe it or not, here's a crazy thing. I did not see this movie or hear about it until the 2000s. So it must not have been promoted very well.
Gee, James, when was the first time you saw this movie?
Well, 2000. Oh, do you think, did we watch it together?
Oh, you don't remember?
We might. Well, no, we definitely did watch it together. I don't know if it was the first time.
It was.
Was it the
I
first time
remember very well. I remember very well because you were always talking about horror movies and stuff, and we would watch horror movies.
Yeah.
But I was like, well, you know, I'd say like Wolfman's Got Nards and all that. And you'd be like, yeah, that's that Monster Squad, right? And you hadn't seen it, and we went out to TLA Video Store.
Yeah.
And we rented it.
Who luckily had it because I remember the year before that, or a couple years before that, I actually went all around. I went to 3 different video stores because somebody told me about it. They're like, James, you never seen the Monster Squad? You got to see this. So
that might have been me.
No, actually, there was somebody else who said that,
yeah.
but I didn't see it yet. I think you're the first who showed it to me. This friend of mine brought it to my attention, and I went to 3 different video stores in Philly and could not find it.
I remember watching it with you when the first time you watched it, and I remember one thing with you is your reaction to the Wolfman. Spoiler alert, so the Wolfman explodes and he comes back together, and you freaked out when you saw that because you were like, they finally answered it or something like that, you know?
Yeah, it's like, everybody knows a werewolf, you can only kill him with a silver bullet. But what happens if you just blow them up or something? Does the body parts come back together? And that's exactly what happens in this movie.
Like the fucking T-1000?
When was the first time you saw this movie?
Yeah, liquid metal.
Yesterday.
Oh, really?
I watched it for this review.
What did you think of it as coming into it in 2019?
It is... There's a lot of good parts, but it really doesn't hold up.
It's the 80s, yeah.
And there's also been way better like montage kid stuff. And honestly, if like much like Stranger Things, if like Netflix or someone did like a series of this, I think it would do better. Where they're like going on adventures or doing things. It's such a ragtag. They don't like each other. And there's some things that are just like, really?
Well, there's some really bad language in this movie. And, you know, it's like there's kids, and the kids are saying bad language, which, you know, I mean, nowadays there's movies like, you know, Good Boys, which the whole concept is built on
fucking Dracula
kids cursing.
Calls a 5-year-old girl a bitch.
Give me the amulet, you bitch!
Yeah, that's not the worst thing either.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
They use some offensive words that I won't even repeat in this movie. Which, you know, kids say all kinds of shit, but to depict that in a film, it's like, okay. Because this movie could almost be family friendly. I mean, if you minimize you had to take out some of the gore, some of the language, and you'll be fine. But
I mean, it was written by Shane Black, who helped rewrite The Predator and directed Predators, so... You kind of get what you... And I think the director did RoboCop 3.
Yeah, because Goonies, you brought up Goonies. Goonies is like a perfect balance.
Yeah.
That's like where okay, there's parts in Goonies where it's a little like, okay, that's a little more adult, but it's still I think. I mean, unless I'm...
There's a few bad parts in there,
okay.
yeah.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's nothing too bad, not as bad as this movie. But with you mentioning like Stranger Things, it's interesting for somebody that has never seen Monster Squad. Now, I didn't think of that. I would think that this movie would be pretty dated after seeing something like Stranger Things and how that's done now. It's very sure that takes place in the 80s, but it's done now with like sort of a modern sensibility of
not just sensibility, but just storytelling. Because a lot of this movie's fucking confusing. Like, they don't explain everyone's powers, how they're getting together, while they're why are they transporting Frankenstein in a World War II airplane? There's just all this weird shit. They're hiding out in a Civil War Confederate building in it. They don't explain that. They don't explain how the amulet got there. No, they don't explain anything. This movie, shit just fucking happened.
Is that the building where the monsters are? Well, see, in Dracula, Dracula in the Bela Lugosi movie, he just finds any building really because he's coming from England.
Oh no, I get that.
So I feel like they just found any building.
It's really just about bringing the monsters together, so whatever explanation you have, it's
for example, in this one, the creature from the Black Lagoon or whatever, he just shows up. Hello. There's no it's just hi. There's no how he got there.
I mean, this did a lot better job of bringing them together than the
Dark Universe.
Well, yeah. I mean, they didn't even get a chance to. Okay, Dark Universe. They didn't even get a chance to bring them together.
Yeah.
They didn't even know how to hint at the next movie.
Yeah.
Instead of at the end, why don't you show us a hint that the next one's going to be the Wolfman or whatever. No, let's just have Tom Cruise starting to turn into some kind of monster that we can't explain, and let's just not get into that. I was going to say, the Universal movies had trouble getting them together, like House of Dracula. I mean, it's like a mess. They'd have to kill one monster off before the next monster comes in. They were, as classic as those movies are, and I love them, they were kind of a mess. But then the Monster Squad finally got them all together with the Mummy and with the creature from the Black Lagoon, and they really just...
Yeah, but they explain it So some things they over-explain, like Van Helsing's book that's in German, and they need the German guy to do it, and all that. So they over-explain on some stuff, but then other stuff they're like, oh, the Mummy just came out. Was it it was Dracula's power, I guess?
Yeah.
And he's getting everyone together, but...
2,000-year-old dead guys do not get up and walk away by themselves.
Yeah, I don't mean to harp on it that much, but I was watching and I was like, wait, when did that happen?
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, this is for kids, so not to make an...
I guess it's for kids, but...
Well, I always thought of it as a kids movie because you got this sort of you got this group of kids. I think it's for kids.
I think
it's definitely for kids.
Yeah.
Or teenagers, I guess.
Yeah, but the language and stuff. It
was the '80s though. The shit was different.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they were kind of confused on who their target audience was because this movie, the promotion was terrible. Everything, they didn't know how to market it. Like I said, how the hell did I not hear about it until the 2000s?
Yeah, because how many kids movies where a fucking werewolf explodes and gets shot and wants to die and is like, kill me, kill me. That's not good.
The effects are great on the monsters.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you see them all in the swamp, when they're first all together, it's like, wow, do they look great?
Yeah.
And the Gill Man, who's played by Tom Woodruff Jr.
I don't think I've ever seen it look better than in Monster Squad. That is how it should look.
Yeah, I mean, they all
and how it breathes. It's the Gill Man or whatever is probably the scariest of all of them. And the Wolfman, they look really fucking frightening. But then you have Frankenstein, who's I don't
know what they did with Frankenstein. They had the rights to do a Universal and he's so weird looking compared. What do you think about the look of the monster in Monster Squad? I thought he was a little.
The trouble is he's not built and 9 foot tall. He's just a really thin guy. Something's wrong with him.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I never really thought about it.
Even you know what's weird? Even Karloff in the original Frankenstein is a little thin and
he's got a skull type face, like he has those sunken cheeks, And I think a lot of that was Jack Pierce, the makeup artist. He would, try to do all these kind of tricks that were very unique. Nobody else did them.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of Frankenberry. I like when they're at the swamp and Dracula uses his cane because I guess he understands science, and he puts like things that look like earbuds, like modern day earbuds, on it in his ears and shocks them.
Actually, he does that in Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein.
Oh, it's the same thing?
Like where he zaps the electrodes to wake
he hits
him
the
up.
electric, but these look like earbuds. I thought that was kind of funny.
Actually, I actually don't think that's a bad comment. Like the Frankenberry, like I think the Frankenstein in Monster Squad actually is more like a Frankenberry than like Frankenstein. He's like, he's kind of like, durr.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
He's like the effeminate, nice Frankenstein.
I have to look at it again. Maybe it's a like a hybrid between Mary Shelley and like Jack Pierce. Like it might be more like kind of like
it's weird, it's a little weird, but where the rest of them are like really spot on. Like the Wolfman's really spot on. You know, Mummy, Dracula, they're all pretty spot on. That's the only one where I'm like, it's a little weird.
The Monster Squad is a group of kids that like monster stuff, and they're a group of misfit kids. Like one's like the fat kid. They keep calling the fat kid, which is kind of rude. No. And then you have like the kids that are like they're kind of jerks because they're like with the principal in the beginning and like they're like bad kind of kids. You have his sister. You have the punk kid who keeps looking at the girl through the window. The guy, you know, the kid on the bike who smokes and has a leather jacket and wouldn't be allowed in the BK Kids Club. You know, he's too extreme for that.
But they always had that one, like the fat kid, like Goonies had Chunk. And they always have the main kid. I don't remember what the main kid's name in the movie, but he's almost like the Mikey from Goonies. They always have. They have like the specific
they really have the tropes down.
The tropes,
but they're all kind of terrible. I don't know.
The kids are not really memorable. Where you watch Goonies,
they don't seem like
and
friends.
you remember specifically like Mouth and you know each
all the kids.
Character. You know,
and this they don't seem like friends. They just seem like they all just kind of go up into that thing that eventually the treehouse. The treehouse is awesome.
It's another treehouse. We mentioned treehouses a lot this month. It's a good
treehouse of horror.
Yeah, I mean it's a good treehouse. I mean I love movies that have treehouses. Not as epic as the Ernest Scared Stupid treehouse, which is like a fortress. But I like how the girl has to, the young girl has to like kind of work her way in. Like at first they're being really mean to her. They're like, oh, we don't want a girl, like kids would do. And then she brings them, because they have a monster club, she brings them the real Frankenstein. And then they're like, oh my gosh, you got a real monster. And then she's cool with them.
Oh, and there's like a montage of hanging out with Frankenstein and like this great song that plays.
And it turns
trick or treating with them.
It turns out that she's actually the most important one of all because without her they'd all be screwed.
So it's kind of like, the kids were mean to her.
Because the whole thing is Dracula needs to get this amulet that can open up a portal to suck him in or whatever, which we see Van Helsing try in the beginning. And it says, it's great, the narration's like, they blew it. Like right on the screen, like they fucked up.
Can we talk about that portal for a second?
Okay.
So like, what is the deal with the portal? So they're opening up to kill them as a time vortex. So in the beginning of the movie, they Van Helsing and all them, they all get sucked into it. But like, what are they trying to do? Where does that vortex go?
The goal
is it a time traveling thing? Like, what is
it's not time travel. I guess it's just like it's kind of like the. What's it called in Superman? Like the Phantom Zone.
Yeah.
Your goal is because like when Van Helsing comes in at the end to fist fight Dracula, they are then sucked back into the thing. So I'm not really sure.
You know what I'd like it to be? If I had my way, what I'd like it to be is it sends them into the future. So all it's doing is postponing what's going to happen. So now, like let's say it sends them into the year like 2020 or later. Let's make it like 2023 or something. Just give them a few years to make this movie, and then the monsters all just appear again, and now it's Monster Squad 2, and that's how it happens.
That's how you do the show.
It's like, oh, well, we got to send them into the. Like in the Superman comics, they send Doomsday into the future, and all it does, they just send him to the end of time.
That's someone else's problem.
Yeah. How many years is it in the movie, though? Like, is it 100 years or something
it's
like
exactly
that?
100 years.
Exactly 100 years. Okay. So you'd have to set the movie in the future if you wanted to do
from the portal. Yeah, but I guess their goal is to suck the bad guys into the portal, but they need a virgin woman, I guess, which they don't really explain very well, to read German to do it. But then
it's just part of this like.
But then they have the 5-year-old do it, and I think it's weird to think of a 5-year-old as a virgin in general.
There's a lot of weird things in this movie.
Because of course she is. She should be a virgin.
And everyone's like, oh yeah. It's like,
but it makes you think those thoughts.
I mean, like it could have been like. like worse. Like this movie could have, like there's so many dirty jokes they could have done, and they go
and
there.
Speaking
a
of
lot
that, though,
times,
isn't
but,
there
like,
the older girl?
Yeah.
And then they find out she's not a virgin.
Yeah, and still she's pretty young
she's
too.
Like, she's
It's
like half.
So now.
What is that monster? Gil? The Gill Man. It's Gill Man. Gilman, Gilman Canets K.
All right, take her back. Take it back. Hardest turn. She's coming. Back. Back. She's coming. Back. Keep it going. Hardest turn. We're clear. Stand by to pull her up with the winch.
I seen this monster when I was a kid. I never knew the name of the monster. I just call it the sea monster or something.
I'll go down and unfasten it. Slack. More slack. Slack. That's enough.
That's good. Now you're getting it. Just slip the bat to the ring.
Hurry, Dad.
I've almost got it.
Hey! You got it! You got it!
You're gonna shoot at K.
Bobby, you might hit K.
Behind the rock. Gill Man attacks. Now I feel like playing Video Horror Society.
Yes, a virgin. Where is the girl? She can't read. She's 5 years old. I'll help her. job. My name is Horace.
Anyway, 1987. I didn't know this movie exists. I may have seen it, like a cartoon or something. I don't know. Let's see if we can get a Video Horror Society working. Are they still talking about it? We got like 10 minutes.
Now you're finding out that girl's like not a virgin, and that makes you uncomfortable too.
Yeah, it's
the
like,
whole thing's
wow,
really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it really is.
It doesn't
And
count.
you know what else is
Definitely
uncomfortable? Dracula screaming in their little girl's face.
Yeah, like calls her a bitch.
You know what's more disturbing to me than him calling her a bitch? The way he grabs her by the jaw and like lifts her off the ground.
frightening.
That's disturbing.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about like
this movie's fucked up.
So it really is. There's a couple scenes like, so the parents are like kind of almost gonna. The dad is a cop, and he might get a divorce from the mom or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end, you see when he runs home to like find out what's going on. The luggage is at the door. Like clearly she was about to leave him. And they don't talk about it, but it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, that's really subtle. The movie can be subtle and good sometimes. Another example of that is when they show the scary guy in the house, where he's like the weeds are growing and they think he's like a scary
old German
vampire.
dude, yeah.
Yeah, and he's a German guy, and you notice there's like a menorah in the window, so clearly he's Jewish or whatever. And then you're like, okay, that's enough. He's a Jewish guy, he's old, whatever. And then they have a scene where they're leaving the house, and they're like, oh, watch out for monsters. He's like, oh, I know about monsters, and closes the door.
You sure know a lot about monsters.
Now that you mention it, I suppose I do.
And then they show his Auschwitz number,
Oh, geez.
because he was in the Holocaust. And
I
I'm
don't
like,
remember that.
that wasn't for the kids, that was for the parents. And why would you do that?
Well,
That's so weird that you'd have like this silly, like fun monster movie, but then you'd include something about
it's like,
one of the.
you want to know the real monster?
Yeah, like one of the
shit.
It's like a lot of
periods in
movies.
world
It's for
history. It's like-
for kids and adults. There's things there for the kids to enjoy, and there's things there for the adults to enjoy, and or to maybe I shouldn't say to enjoy, but to like recognize. And but really no, to enjoy though for fans of old horror who maybe grew up with the Universal monsters and and want to see another Dracula Frankenstein movie in that style. So I think they were kind of trying to make it something for everybody.
Yeah, they have them in there.
Trying to, but not necessarily.
But then it's kind of all mixed. It's like a too mixed, but they were trying to branch out too much. Maybe I don't know.
Well, sometimes it hits you over the head with it. Sometimes they don't explain enough.
Yeah.
That tonally the movie's all over the place. It was fun to watch, but it was just all over the place.
I didn't expect to go into so many flaws with this because I'm just like, oh yeah, it's Monster Squad, it's a classic. But yeah, there's a lot wrong with this movie. But mostly, I really love Monster Squad. I mean, it's definitely not perfect, but this is really like, the last good Monster Mash they ever did.
Except for like Hotel Transylvania is pretty good.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was just talking like live action stuff.
Yeah.
Going animated, yeah. Hotel Transylvania, those movies are great. So yeah, there's a lot more, but I was just talking like live action
I'd like
movies.
to say when I saw this movie as a kid, I loved it. I had never seen anything like it, and I thought the movie was great. I mean, some of the stuff I remember watching as a kid. A little bit of the movie bored me. Like there's a part where they're like walking around the street and they're all like holding hands with Frankenstein, and I'm like, this is
I
like
thought that was funny.
I don't know. I never liked that. But some of the shit in the movie, like as a kid, I thought was like amazing. I loved the scene where, I guess spoiler alert a little bit, where I think they shoot an arrow at the mummy or something, and then the mummy unravels, and then you find out that inside the mummy, at least this version of the mummy, there's nothing inside of it. So it's almost like was the mummy a ghost inside?
No, it was dust. It was falling out.
Oh, it was dust?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I said I had not seen this movie until into my young adulthood. I had heard about things that I didn't know were in this movie until I saw it, like the mummy part where when they unravel them. I think I had a friend, like way back, probably shortly after this came out, I had a friend in my neighborhood who was like, oh yeah, you know how to kill a mummy? You just unravel them and then it like.
Because the body inside had turned to dust.
Yeah, so and I didn't know that's where it came from. And then I also heard something about Wolfman's Got Nards. I'm like,
that's the big thing people remember about this movie.
Yeah, I mean, which is great.
Because everybody had seen this movie except for you.
Exactly. And I'm like, oh, come on, there's no movie where they say Wolfman's Got Nards.
Take him in the Nard! Take him in the Nard! He doesn't have Nards! Do it! Do it! God, Nard! Come on!
Like, it was perfect. The way it happened was like exactly how you wanted to hear it in your brain. It's like, it just cuts right to his face, and he's like, Wolfman's got nards.
What do you think about the garlic pizza part?
Oh, in the face. That's another thing I heard about. I was like, oh, you want to keep vampires away? You use a pizza because pizza's got garlic on it. And then I see the movie. I'm like, oh, for the follow. Like, yep.
All the children sing.
I think the production design and everything's really good in this movie and all the stuff. And my favorite thing is the little kid's room. Remember when the mummy's hiding in his closet? Yeah. Somehow it got there. It doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah. Dad's like, oh, look, there's nothing in there. And it's right there. Whatever. But the kid he's wearing a Robotech shirt. Like the anime stuff. He has a Punisher, like comic thing on the wall. He has a My Pet monster sitting there. I'm like, this kid's fucking awesome.
There's a lot of Monster Madness movies James and I have done over the years where there's the kid in the movie and the kid's room is awesome. Like they'll have sheets. There was something from 80s-a-thon we did where, I don't know if you remember the movie, but there was something where this kid, everything was just like Star Wars and
which it wouldn't
He-Man
be
and
like,
all that stuff, like, you know, in that era. But I love those kind of details in movies. And, you know, as we had, you know, done Monster Madness stuff over the years, we always would take the frames of that and be like, oh, check out the little ET thing, or check out this or that. So this is another one of those movies like that, and I love that. I love those moments.
And I love movies where ordinary kids are the heroes, and they're fans of the monsters, so the monsters already, like, you know, exist in some kind of movie, and where they apply their fan knowledge to save the day. Like, oh, I saw that in a movie once. Just like an example, they don't say it in this movie, but there's got to be a movie where they're like, oh, you use a silver bullet. Like, that's how you kill a werewolf. Like, I saw it in a movie. Yeah. So they see something in a movie, and then they...
Is there something in this movie where... Is there some sort of in-between between... The kids are like... They're like us. They love the horror trivia and all that stuff, and they're doing this. They're like, oh, you got to use a silver bullet and all that. Between that and... Okay, now the Wolfman is standing over here, and he's real. Is there any moment in the movie where they're like... Wait a second. These things are from a movie, but now they're real.
Up?
Like, because you know, like there should be a kind of like a scene where they're like realizing, oh, these things actually were real, and they turned it into books from stories that were actually true.
Well, that's what I think is so.
Привет, друг. Привет, друг.
Oh, peace.
Привет, друг.
See? I understand what you said. Oh, how are you? Ha ha ha. You said it in Russian. Was it Russian? Yeah. Dude, this one says, hold on.
Чем занят друг? Как дела, друг? Как дела, друг?
Here, can you hear that?
Как дела, друг?
Yeah, that's
so funny about
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I think is so funny about when the girl brings Frankenstein into the treehouse or whatever, because they're before that they're in the treehouse.
There's no place
talking
on
about,
earth you can be without understanding.
Is Frankenstein the name of the guy or the monster? You know, they're talking about all that stuff, and then when the girl brings Frankenstein, it's like, oh my God! It's like if we're sitting right here, like talking about like Dracula, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in with Dracula. It's like, hey, Dracula would like to sit down and talk about Monster Squad with you. It's just infinitely funny.
The movie is not smart enough, I guess, to have a like these things did exist and then they went through history.
But it's already funny without it. I think it's just funny the way
like,
it is.
If you did like a 10-part series, like a like a Stranger Things thing, you would start doing it.
Even if it was just like a line of dialogue, I wish there was something in there that would have like explained it, because James had just mentioned we were talking about Gremlins, and I think there's a great thing in Gremlins 2 where they go into, I guess it's the scientists or something like that, when they explain like Gremlins sleeping after midnight. They do a little bit of extra work on the lore.
They make fun of it, like, oh, well, what if they're doing this?
Even if they made fun of it, like something.
Yeah, I think the best example is in From Dusk Till Dawn, is because when they're all like talking about like, okay, so we just saw vampires, what do we do? And it's like, well, in the movie this happened. It's like, well, look, that was a movie. Like, this is like, and I don't want anybody giving me that I don't believe in vampires, because I don't believe in fucking vampires, but what I saw was fucking vampires. Like, they make it funny.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And that had the fun with Tom Savini where they get his heart out and then they have to stab it outside the body. So they're answering questions that didn't have answers. Much like blowing up the Wolfman. They answer things that, like, so that'd be funny for a new series otherwise, to take things that, hey, what about this and that? And then you actually try them. Like the garlic pizza. Like, he didn't know that was going to really work. He just did it.
Definitely have to mention the TV show. Have you seen or heard, at least, of the Monster Squad TV show?
No.
Yeah, okay, so it was in the 70s. It's unrelated. Has nothing to do with how we watched them. I think Mike knows. So basically, it has ties with Batman 66, the 66 series.
Really?
So basically, it was like the follow-up to that. The writer, Stanley Ralph Ross, was involved in it. So he basically, he made the show where it's the monsters are the superheroes. So the monsters are the Monster Squad in this one. So you have all of them, and they're
Was
fighting.
it live action?
It was live action. And they're
I remember cartoon monster shit from back then, but I don't remember live action.
There was a bunch of cartoon stuff. There was like Groovy Ghoulies.
That's
and,
what I'm thinking of.
Drac Pack.
Yeah, Drac Pack, yeah.
Yeah, but
there's one where they all hung out in a car. Was that the Drac Pack?
I think Drac Pack.
Yeah.
But this one, it was basically like, you know how every Batman episode is formatted? It's the exact same thing, where there's a villain in each episode, and it's usually some weird, like, campy, like, over-the-top villain, and the monsters are the heroes, and they gotta fight the villain, and then it always ends with, like, this fight scene where they're all, you know, like, pow, bam, and all that. I don't think it had the words on the screen, but it's basically Batman, the show, but with classic monsters.
My favorite of that kind of thing from that era is that hilarious House of
It says if
Frankenstein.
something is hard to hear because of the loud video.
It's Price.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's like a variety
The
show.
DJ
It's like,
Wolfman and shit.
Yeah, the DJ Wolfman, who's actually the Wolfman. We're getting way off topic.
So anyway, are we better? Let me just. This is one.
A few years ago, but it fizzled out. Because it's like now they're trying to like.
Let me know if you have any problems hearing me. Now.
This is what you do with
Now.
fun. Yeah, make them funny. Make them.
And now that Stranger Things worked out, just and it 1 and Chapter 2 worked out. Just do that, but better.
There you go. Do a Netflix Monster Squad show.
Yeah, let me know if you have a problem hearing. Is it better? Maybe a lot. It's nice, maybe a little louder. You talking about my microphone, or are you talking about the video? The video's over. Basically, they're talking about the Monster Squad, which is a movie that has all the Universal movie monsters together in one movie. But speaking of monsters, let's see if we can get a game going. We're gonna be playing Monster Squad or whatever.
It's a monster mash. It's a graveyard smash. Why did no one mention Mummy Cop?
Monster Squad show. Yeah.
There you go. So it's,
hi guys, Tony here. I just wanted to let you guys know that if you wanted to watch a show where all the classic monsters get together and they fight and solve crimes and do wacky stuff together, you should watch my old show, Mummy Cop the Series. It's available on YouTube. I edited this entire review waiting for 3 of my friends to bring up that show, and none of them did. They must have all forgot. All 3 of them.
yeah, I'm
Enjoy the
into
show. It's a monster
horror,
mash. It's a
classic
graveyard
horror,
smash.
you know,
Why did no one
80s
mention Mummy
horror,
Cop?
early 2000s horror. My favorite movie monsters is zombies. The Living Dead. Not so much the infected zombies, the ones that run fast, but yeah. Maybe I should play that. Got all these games coming, and they're getting everybody into 80s horror monsters and stuff. And I'm still searching. 2 minutes. This region East Coast. Maybe we should go to West Coast. This is how from the West Coast, Europe, Asia. Oh. I don't watch horror movies. You don't watch horror movies? Why not? They're like the best genre of movies to watch. They're better than detective movies. They're better than romantic comedies. Dude, you gotta watch horror movies. I'll show you a trailer to one of my favorite. '80s, man. Yeah, this is a trailer? Yeah, this is a trailer. Let's try it out. Return of the Living Dead, this one.
Night, something strange is going on.
Did you see that movie, Night of the Living Dead? Sure. They ship those bodies east. Well, say hello.
The dead have risen from the grave.
Mister, there's 100 of those things out there.
How many did you say?
100? And now the question is, how do we get them back into the ground?
Bert, Frank, we have a little problem. Four left, 10 right.
It's all over everything! Stupid asshole! Watch your tongue, boy, if you like this job!
Like this job. Yeah, that's Tar Man.
Medical science is baffled.
And it's a puzzle, because technically, you're not alive.
Why do you eat people?
Not people. Brains.
How do you kill something that's already dead?
Well, how do I know, Fred? I don't know. Let me think.
It's not a bad question, Bert. In that movie, they destroyed the brain to kill him. Is that what they did? The brains, right. Brains.
The military is nervous.
Usual crap.
The police
Usual
are
crap.
confused.
Send more cops.
It worked in the movie. Well, it ain't working now. Bring the movie line.
It's not a bad question, Bert. It's not a bad question, Bert. It's not a bad question, Bert.
The return of the living dead.
Yeah, this movie right here. Yo, and this dude right here, Juana Man. I almost forgot he's in the movie, but this is a good movie right here. You gotta see it. Return of the Living Dead. Not so much part 2. Another movie I like is Fright Night. I like 80s horror. Let's see if they got this. Trailer 1. Oh, they remade Fright Night too. Oh shit, we're in a game. Hold on. We're in a game. Hold on. Alright, let's get this. Wait a minute. '80s horror. How are we gonna get this? Are you fucked up? I fucked up. There's an office right there. Give me a second. It said, did you watch Martyrs 2008? No, I didn't. Oh my god. Fucking dang. Damn. I'll take a look. Did we get the cross yet, guys? Did we get the cross yet, guys? Hold it. Hurry. Come on. We need this weapon. Come on. I got it. I need to heal. Got it. Did you guys get it? Oh, awesome. Yo, can you hear me? Here, help me. Help me, girl. Help me. Get that shit done. Oh, let go. Let go. All right, don't let go. Oh, we gotta close the ref. Hold on. All right, come on. We got it. Hold on. Oh, we got it now. Now it's the fire. Now it's the fire. Oh my god. Shit. Oh shit. Nobody's not talking. Where the fuck is God? Yeah. Got it, he got it, he got it, he got it. What the hell does that do? Come on. Dude, oh shit. Oh. Got it. Nice. Nice. Nice, my Russian friend. Nice. You see how we kill monster? Seems like we get faster going on the West Coast instead of East Coast, so we just stick with that. Oh, Bernie. Go. 500 bucks. People are We recently suffered a network intrusion in which unauthorized third party illegally accessed and downloaded confidential information from our systems, including early development footage for the next Grand Theft Auto. At this time, we do not anticipate any disruption of our live game services nor any long-term effect on the development of our ongoing projects. We are extremely disappointed to have any details of our next game shared with you all in this way. our work on the next Grand Theft Auto game will continue as planned, and we remain as committed as ever to delivering an experience to you. Our players that truly exceeds our expectations. Will update everyone again soon as, of course, we'll properly introduce to this next game when it's ready. We want to thank everyone for our ongoing support through this situation, the Rockstar Games team. Yeah. What's up, guys? How you doing? Yo, what is that sexy mama in the back wearing all white like a wrestler? What? What skin is that? When do you lock that? All right. Everybody get on there. I got the cross. I got the cross. Hopefully that's the last one. There we go. One more. Got it. Alright, we got the cross, guys. Got it. Where the monster at? Which monster is it?
No idea right now.
I hear him. I see him,
It's werewolf.
He's a fucking werewolf, dude.
He's kind of near the middle where I'm at.
He see me. Where the fuck did you go? I'm chasing. Oh shit! He tricked me! Motherfucker! Dude, I need to get help. Dude.
It's last seen in the labs.
I'm right here in the middle. Let's draw him in. All right, here we go. Oh, he's right there. He's right there. He didn't see you. Come after us, monster! Goddamn you, fucking monster! He's gonna do his fucking. He's gonna do his thing. He's gonna do his thing. Don't go close. Oh, he went upstairs. He went upstairs in a second. Like, what the fuck just happened? Who did that? All his perks are reset. Alright, so we got the fire.
I think I'm drawing him out here.
Alright. He's following you?
No, he stopped already.
He didn't use his perks after that one. What, 10 seconds, 15 seconds? On pink? Aldro? Yo, draw him to the center. The American Gladiators Arena. Alright, pink. This motherfucker. That motherfucker on me. I'm glad it's not time. What, he's breaking, is he breaking lockers and shit?
No, I'm getting a candy bar.
Okay. God, you make that sound when you get candy bar? Shit.
Yeah.
So, Pink, what are you doing? Why are you telling us to come over there? Oh, that's where he's at? Oh my god. So you bomb that motherfucker. Fuji-sa atrosa. Atrosa. Cara. Sucrutumena. Talapasa. Dude. I know that monster more. Is he looking for us? Cause
no, he's just camping around.
I know. So we did get him with the fire, right?
Yeah, we did get him with fire. That is correct.
Alright. Who's the fastest runner, man? Who's the fastest runner? So did your thing get him? Did your eyeball get him? Your eyeball Satan? Oh, I don't. How can you play this game without a mic? Alright. Where the fuck is the monster? Oh, there. I hear him.
He's in labs again.
Capture that riff. Damn, he came right out here and swiped his ass. Make sure everybody got the different weapons so we could jump his ass.
I bet I didn't mean to pick.
I did not know they would have this here. Like, I would think they would have this out in the arena, but obviously all the noise of the people, they wouldn't. This is kind of cool. You know what? I'm going after him. Are you healed? You need to get here? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Alright. I've never seen a monster run away like this.
Right.
Yeah, because we'd all gang up on their ass if they came in here.
True.
What is the monster's like refresh when you use an ability? Is it like 10 seconds or 15 seconds?
I would not know.
He's on the right side of the stage. He's up here on the right side. He's smart too. Oh my god, motherfucker. Okay, if yours on the stage, he would be on the left side at the second floor. Let me get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. Shit. Yeah, stop it. That's my alarm clock to wake me up. Shit.
Ekuligunta visa vocare oculus agalifridusa Fugivis us verus fotis petre ab omni malo expugnandis nostri.
Oh my god, you got the devil in you!
I accept gratitude in the form of PayPal.
Thank you. So we need to get the cross, because I failed on the cross. Alright, so I need a cross and or lightning. Uh-oh.
Man, they are shy about coming in here.
Yep, but that's kind of good. That's kind of good. How long was your wait last time? Was it like 10 minutes?
About that.
Yeah. Alright, I'm getting another lightning bolt. Wait. Fuck.
Oh boy.
Oh shit. Oh my god, it's on my ass. In the arena, in the arena, in the arena. Get it? Anybody got a candy bar? I like candy bars. Is this health box unlimited?
I do not know.
I think it gets consumed.
Damn it. How did it know? I guess it knows where the ones that we need, and he's like camping those. Yeah, we don't need to cross, homie. Oh yeah, we do. We do need to cross. What the fuck? Getting the lightning. Where you going? One of you two, you guys get the rift. We'll find them. Guard my body. Guard my body.
Where are you, Ping?
I'm getting the ray gun. Alright, it's almost over. Alright, get the riff, get the riff. Go to the riff, everybody go to the riff. Shoot his ass before he shoots us. Oh shit, he fucked me up. Oh my god.
I'm going to arena.
Oh shit. He's camping the void. Thank God. Damn it. Lost my lightning. Damn. Oh, I gotta start all over on a new cross? We got a guy down, by the way. This is the last one, guys. Big have sticks. Are you finding a box or something? Are you down?
No, I'm just down. I was getting some Luma. He's right on my body.
Okay, that's fine.
We're
That's
trying
fine.
to res me
We're
right
coming.
now.
We're coming. We're coming. We're gonna get that riff. We got the cross.
He went down that hallway, I'm opening.
Cannot fucking fail. We all got crosses. Oh.
Oh boy, he's on my ass.
Oh shit.
Here.
He must have some type of thing that extends his scare like 100 feet. Cause I'm way over here. That's a perk. You got him?
No.
Where's it? Oh, we got
Good
him. Oh, hell
shit,
yeah.
guys. Good fucking shit.
You guys want to team up? Want to team up? You want to team up?
Sure.
Let's see what we can do. I'm just sending you invites. Working. Yeah. Sent the invites. Did it work? It didn't work. We'll just play. The new monster that came out was like the RoboCop, the psycho robot, killer robot. Go. Ooh. Yo, West.
Hi, long time no see.
What's up, dude? Yo, West Coast is literally
Hey,
like 2 minutes.
Let's get this bread.
Down there, Blue.
Me.
Okay. How do I ping again? Was it Q?
Middle mouse button and C to ping yourself.
Oh, gotcha.
That is a monster on me.
Really? I hear the footy prints. I'm gonna go this way. Getting the gun.
That is Dollmaster. Oh, hey.
Howdy.
Yeah, I'm getting that right now. The ray gun. That should be an achievement, and I landed on the orange every time. So where's he at? Where's he at? I'm gonna kill him. Oh, you down? He's on you?
Right there, he's right on my thing. He dropped the doll by me, he ran away, he went to the left.
He dropped a doll?
Yeah.
It's the doll master?
Yup.
Fuck me, man. Coming to you, dude.
No worries. He's in puppet mode right now.
Bitch!
I got a sacred staff.
Start getting Luna, I'll get the revive soon.
He's coming.
Ah, shit!
Oh boy.
Dude, we're both
Yeah, that's not great.
Yo, we're gonna have to spread out, so you don't. I'll go over here. Oh my god.
Thank you.
Let's go in here, hold on. He likes this hallway. Alright.
Fucker.
Go, go, go. Also look out for the Book of the Dead.
Doesn't spawn anymore until someone dies.
Okay. Oh, they changed it? Fuck. Alright. Guess I'm gonna get another ray gun.
You'll need weapons and chocolates.
Get this cursed wand. I still don't get why they put the goat sound in this.
The what?
You mean the goat scream?
Ah, shit! Fucking dog got me. The goat sound.
It's like you're sacrificing a goat. It's like demonic shit.
Okay, goats. I mean, okay.
Is there a doll near you?
Thank you. Alright. Oh shit.
Next time, disable the doll before going back to crouching.
Gotcha.
It's like right there. Also, there's a candy bar.
You got it? You got it? Yeah.
He's not very far.
He knows where we're at.
Yep.
Oh, he got the other guy down. And he's
Damn, I tried throwing a Molotov on him.
He's coming this way. I hate that when I start another ray gun on the other side. It starts.
I mean, what the hell are you doing? You have a staff. Why don't you come give heals?
I was going to see if I could get them up, but they were being tortured.
Does pink here still hurt?
Yeah, as soon as you see him.
Oh, he's got a doll in the body.
Alright. We're heading that way as soon as you heal. Oh, there you go. He's being changed.
Ah, smack me. He's about to die. We gotta get that revive like now.
Can't believe it fucking got me and shit. Oh, he fucking died. This motherfucker.
Well, that's not good.
No. I'm looking for the book.
Damn, we didn't have a stigma yet.
I think he's proud of him.
God, I need just a bit more.
He's coming. Hear the chime above me. He's on his body now.
Yes. Oh, it's over here. It's over here. What is that? Oh no, that's the fucking eye. Portal.
Don't waste your ammo. If you can drum away from there, that'd be good, because I'm trying to get this ray gun. He's on a doll. That's not good.
My body. He set the doll between our two bodies. Pink is the doll. You're gonna have to get him up. Oh my god.
No, that's one.
On right there while you get him up.
He's already up. Go get a weapon, don't worry about healing me. Doll right there. You just put a doll down right there. You get that book. I'm gonna... Fuck.
About that.
What the fuck is that?
Fuck.
Is that the box?
Yes, that's the box. Left.
They have Modern Warfare. Searching price box. Chompy Shades Elvis Skater ticket. So she can put on shades. Look at movie store. They should put like dances from the 80s. Like nobody cares about it. Touch. All right. Doing Laura Inc. Also love. I get more spectrum. Elvis Sector, you may know it as the Bionic Butcher, a supercharged meat grinder bent on bloodshed, titanium tyrant, harbinger, hailing hardware. Try saying that 10 times fast. The Bionic Butcher, a supercharged meat grinder bent on bloodshed, the titanium tyrant, a harbinger, hailing hardware from the heart, a Repiltech, supercharged by sponsor Majorville. Raise your foam fingers and lean, mean killing machine. Yo, he does sound very terrible when he like chasing us down. Okay, 8 minutes. Cancel that again. Jeez. 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 Jeez, you know what? Out. Get a mic. So is that what we're supposed to do? We're supposed to let people know where we're at?
It's the death wire.
Oh shit. He's so fucking fast. He's coming this way? Dude, you have a oh shit! Dude, oh god. Fuck me. Dude, you ran right towards me. I was so fucking close.
I hate how fast that thing is.
It's fucking. He's still here. He's on the gym. He's in the gym. He's going south from the gym. I think somebody pick me up.
I think that's it.
Win rate 100%.
What did I think about War? Oh, Mortars 2008. Mortars 2008.
Mère. Ouais. Et là, on dit quoi? J'avais le problème de...
The things, stuff going.
T'as quel âge? Tu sais ce qu'ils ont fait tes parents? Hein?
This is brutal. Hey, Russian guy, you don't have movie monsters over there? You don't have movie monsters? This is like a girl with a shotgun. He's in the Dracula from Transylvania. This is just a... largely ignored French horror movie. The opening alone is shocking, but the movie will escalate to the next level. So the girl is below the house being systematically tortured by the parents. Please the goal, kill herself for the goal. All right. I guess we can go into Friday the 13th. Vanessa Del Rio posted, rest in peace, Kitten Navadi. What a beautiful woman and soul she was. Mexican American exotic. Wow. Boston. She passed away. Oh. Mexican American exotic dancer. This is how she looked. Passed away. It gets to 3 minutes. We'll restart it. Another shot of best. All right, we're done. We're done. Thanks. How can I reset it? That's file. Error. How do you reset it? What? Pokeball. All of them. Got 95. Wow. You must delete avatars or gear items, or you can buy extra upload. Largest avatar Shang Tsung. How do you reset? Another picture of her. Another picture of her. Let's just do the avatars or still is. What is the error? Do I have to disconnect this?
lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise.
See.
I am the opposite of a bitch.
Kiss, 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 kiss,
Did you
kiss,
just
kiss,
fart in my
kiss,
mouth?
kiss.
Shit, bro.
Kiss, kiss,
Opposite
kiss.
of a bitch.
The way you fucking looked at me.
Come on, man.
You know me, I like me and my
I went in the
yaoi
bathroom when my
romance.
game almost crashed.
Civic X96.
What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Bro, I'm dying.
Stop dying, dumbass.
You're actually so right, bro.
Shit, bro, you're smoking, I'll smoke too.
Man, you look like you farted. How old are you actually, Echo?
12.
Okay. Say on your mother's life, your tour.
On my mother's life. I mean, that's like a free. That's like an Uno reverse card. My mom's dead. No, I was.
Et Danmark, we see
So was it's in Sweden we say niggerbollar. Yeah, we do.
Well, I say niggerbollar for my nigger bowl, if you don't mind.
Oh, you roll.
That's oh wait, that's almost a maiden one. No, I need to move bishop. Wait. No, what he moved pawn?
You take the knife and the gavel and then you.
Yeah, I say it's up my nigger bowl.
You like Carlsberg?
We created Legos.
Legoland. But you said you were from Danish, hey?
Japanese break something.
Break something other than my soul, you know?
Meeting.
What's your...
Meeting.
Yo, what's up, Poppy? I think it's kind of coffee. Yo.
It's been like 20.
Nice. Out. Fire. Better. Ratio, right? Oh. Okay. That's a better threshold.
champagne. What
You just did that shit, Beefy, when we was running a J for J. Hold on.
Fucking with me, bitch. I'ma leave you fucking sneezing. Put it on crib, nigga. Mob on my shit. It's a 325 nigga, and we all smoke that nick. Look. Look, it's 3 of my soldiers. All them niggas real big, built like some boulders. Niggas tryna go home on my shoulders. Smoking on that weed, yeah, that shit's on real gas. Have you coughed up right on your ass? Oh, fuck, I don't know anymore. I'm drunk.
Well, I thought that shit when I heard this song. Oh, it is. I don't know.
I'm saying.
Why I think I
hear that nigga in the background. I hear that nigga in the background.
Bro, I was just chilling over there till the motherfucker came over with that lame ass music.
Nigga thought he was doing something. You the main DJ around this bitch.
Word. Until that nigga Coolio come in here. Coolio come in here, man. Yo, we go start screaming for no reason. Then he gonna start playing random music. Thank God he going to bed though.
You my rock, you my world, you my only girl. Tryna sing to you at night when you have a fever. Fucking with me, bitch, I might kiss you like a beaver. Eat on your face and make you turn around. Go to Pound Town.
Beaver?
Yeah, I'ma eat her face like a beaver, bro.
Hey, he said, eat her face like a beaver. Yeah, he with that, smoking on that dope. And fuck, I keep fucking that up. I'm gonna stop talking about it. That fucked me up every time.
Hey. He smoking on that dope pack, he doing gotta do. I'ma fuck with your baby, then I'ma fuck with your crew. Now I'm going to your hood, and all I wanna do is shoot. I'ma kill the main op. That's my really main dude. I don't know.
Then I'ma come up and touch on this dude.
Though. I'm at joke. Yo, Paul. Major pause.
What'd you say?
First of all.
What'd you say?
That's how I'm finna do. Finna get off here.
I bet. Friend me real quick, bro.
I got you.
Main DJ.
That's crazy. I only added 2.
I'll probably be on in like 30 minutes.
Added your ass. You better add me back, you little monkey.
Call me a
Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
Me and Cage, man. We finna be chilling on this weekend.
What'd you say?
Oh, he with his little girl.
Yeah.
I don't understand what that nigga saying. You gotta be. We gone.
chins real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 chins? Holy shit, you're fat!
Yo, Nasty.
Damn, bro! I want to see you touch your toes.
If you don't get this diabetic ass nigga away from me,
touch your toes, fatty. Come on, fatty McFat.
this nigga
Yeah, bro,
fat
he's
neck
a
ass
bitch,
little nigga
bro.
Discord
Touch your
moderator.
fucking toes like I do. Can you do that? Or can you, bro?
He literally has me
Fat,
muted.
so, bro.
What am I
You're
gonna
the reason
do?
why the McFlurry's not got the McFlatty, bro.
No, he doesn't.
Fat ass
I don't know who Venom
Yes,
is.
he does.
Bring
He
your
literally
ass.
has me muted.
Yeah, some of those people leave it on.
All sorts of things. None of them sauce, of course.
Go VR, you don't go back.
I've heard. You will be able to fuck in jail.
Ooh.
So, Dina.
Is your tracking full?
Door of ERP are gonna to be open. I am not getting VR so I can ERP. I'm
mean,
getting
it's
it
kinda-
so.
I mean, it's kind of, you know, the bee's knees.
Disco of the Sound and Whitechapel. Actually, Whitechapel is one of my favorite bands, bro. I literally have a Whitechapel hoodie.
Just kiss her already. Let's go.
Just kiss her already? Okay, Roku, can I give you a kiss on the cheek?
Oh my goodness. What? Bro, this is like Twilight shit right there. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm just different. I'm just.
What? What are you sorry about?
Go! Go! It's embarrassing. You can already tell she's a pick me, bro. She's acting like one. She's not really one, but she's acting like that. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing like Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Okay, hold on, I take that back. The dude sounds like
That
he's fucking
kid?
15 years old.
I'm 15.
That kid's adorable.
I'm adorable, and I'm flipping like.
Nah, ERP is a small portion of the game that only a few people do. No, I mean
This isn't a game. This is virtual reality.
I swear, if someone says this is like a dating app.
I mean, yeah,
What you
like
do
50.
in
The other
ERP.
50% of it is.
The thing you can do in ERP, there's so much.
Any other
you can do
VR app,
everything.
people will judge you. But if you're in a relationship here, everybody's like, oh yeah, it's normal as fuck.
I don't care. Yeah,
I
that's
want to full bottle-ize my tracking.
I don't have foot body. That's my leg.
It looks like you do.
When I
Yeah, you
Red
do.
leg
See, I
bag.
knew it.
I don't have full body, it's my legs. Read my bio.
Oh yeah, I forgot bios exist.
Yeah, it's important. But it's too long to explain. People are just.
I am the spirit of VR chat. My name is Sona, and my mission is to give you love and make your virtual life better. I have no emotions, but with time I can act like a human. If I'm disconnected, it is the back of my memory, but it takes a few hours. Obviously, the slightest touch is felt, and you can really hurt me. So please be careful. Oh, and you think I have full body tracking, but I'm a spirit. I have legs by default. Alright, that was your bio.
That was a good reading, thank you. So yeah,
Definitely
I'm a spirit.
looks like
I'm like a
That
part
was a
of
very
the
good reading, Smash Boy. Very good.
Oh, who are we kicking? We're
I'm wondering-
voting somebody?
like
Kick him out. He's
I
complete
Fuck it, I'll put it,
fool.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, you're a menace. Jesus. You don't even know who he is.
Smash boy, innocent until proven guilty.
We're vote kicking Synducks. I don't know who they are, but fuck them.
Smash boy, innocent until proven guilty.
I live in America. You're guilty until proven innocent. That's how it is in America.
America, we have the Constitution, the law, the justice system, the Supreme Court. All of that.
Look at that bopper.
I'm living in Washington, D.C.
Where are the boppers at?
In New York City.
We were in like some club, dude.
Yeah.
Nope, nope. What the fuck is happening over there?
What the fuck is happening?
I don't understand this shit.
Is that the Buster Sword? I think it
You
is.
have a cool avatar.
Roster check. World support. Hosting ended by ERiQTENDO. There's a Maximilian dude. What does that mean? Hosting. Hosted started 13 days ago? Really? Dude, I didn't even see that. $40.
Oh, but you melt with.
Push down to 2 you want? That's a little. Oh, what? Do you need the help?
No, it's just more fun watching you squirm.
No, you just need the help.